It's our third day of hearings, and we are privileged this morning to hear submissions, oral submissions from Letsema, Center for Development and Democracy. And we know that Mr. Benito Mokitwe is here in person. We have 30 minutes in our hands. So please use the time valuably. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Senator, team of IEC. The Center is privileged and humbled to be part of this august process. We believe that it is the voice of the people that can enhance everything that we seek to build our democracy and to ensure that it's sustainable. I'm going to go through some key discussions, Justice, with you, and then I'll make specific suggestions that I think are relevant to enable you to accomplish the mission as difficult as we requested to discharge. Working communities, we have done a lot of election monitoring, election observation throughout this democracy. We have been part of the journey, and we bring valuable lessons into these processes. Our volunteers are hard at work on a daily basis. They work with communities, so we can claim some small authority that we know what's happening on the ground in terms of what the thinking is. And I think that's what that is this morning. We want to emphasize that it's about access to information for voters, as much as it's about enabling campaigners. So what balance for us is an important context, Justice, that we want to highlight and emphasize. We also think that it's unfair that the IEC and the state president and yourselves, who are running parallel processes, are being lynched at unfairly, because we think that there must be compliance and preparations. There must be constitutionally compliant. So all preparations is we think that are welcome until at the time you express yourself and the nation expresses itself. We think that we should all focus on what the Constitution requires all of us to do. So we should not allow lapses in the process. So having said that, we also want to emphasize that ensuring free and fair and regular election, it's not about COVID. It's something we are always preoccupied with. So COVID brings the elections to this place, but we think that it's as role players in democratization. It's not limited to COVID. So this discussion we submit to you must be beyond COVID. So COVID has brought new lessons, new ways, new normals, but we think that this constitutes a fundamentally overriding constitutional obligation. We are always preoccupied with ensuring free and fair election. So whether there was COVID or not, we will still be concerned whether the oncoming elections will be free and fair, and whether they are regular. So whether we live up to the constitutional expectation of conducting a regular, free and fair election. So I'm saying, and we're saying, to you, Justice, that this emphasis is important, that we need to think beyond COVID. COVID is here, yes, it brings things that we need to consider. So in essence, COVID, the risk and fears are being amplified through COVID. The electionary dynamics are now, some of the key discussions Justice we want to highlight is that when we talk about whether we postpone or not, we need to go back to the history of this country. We think that any opportunity to postpone election will make us fall in the trap that people were always disenfranchised and excluded. And we don't want anything to make us fall in the trap where elections are postponed willy-nilly. We think that to postpone election must take more than anything that can disenfranchise people. I think this the historical exclusion on voting is something we don't want to labor too much on, but to highlight to this group. We also think it's about achieving legitimacy more than anything. So when we say free and fair, we think free and fair must help achieve legitimacy. So free and fairness must enhance the will of the people. So are these credible, legitimate elections, so only free and fair, but doubt if they are legitimate. So we think it's about achieving legitimacy more than anything. One of the discussions we're raising this morning, also Justice to IEC, is to ask if voters and parties are not missing the opportunity in grasping how the election is. We have listened to some of the parties who are saying, look, we need more contact with voters. Fair enough, but we think that the campaigning does not start now, so we can't blame COVID. That now that in the last 2 years we had COVID, we can't campaign. We think that we ought to have campaigned from the last day of the last election. So if they miss that opportunity, they mustn't blame anyone who says let's continue. They need to know that everyday politics is about daily engagement. And the question to parties candidates is, have they used that opportunity? Have they campaigned since the last results were announced? Or they were doing press conferences, they were talking without conscious electioneering efforts, that they know whatever they do in everyday politics is about electioneering. So the 2 years should not be seen as taking away what they call voter contact, which is a fair demand and a requirement of free and fair election. So we agree, but we think that there shouldn't be a missed opportunity of grasping when electioneering really starts at that, for parties in particular. For voters, I think we listen to candidates every time we take a stance, voters are interested. So it's not only at the moment of election are declared, therefore it's an ongoing process which I think we need to grasp as candidates, as participants who wants to become the representative. So we submit that it's about everyday politics, and therefore campaigning cannot be limited to the fact that now elections are proclaimed, now we are in an election mode, therefore we need more time. We have had time campaign since the last election. How are you using your daily interaction with the voters? And that's a challenge we are throwing to them. We also think the IEC itself must not miss any opportunity to stabilize the freeness and fairness and regularity of election. So COVID provides one such opportunity for all of us to go back to the drawing board. The IEC must do the same. The IEC has missed the opportunity of electronic voting in all fairness. Where there's more advanced technologically, there's no reason why you are stuck, you are not doing a hybrid of voting. And this is a long overdue discussion. Another company discussion to this missed opportunity of stabilizing election work. Synchronization of election. We can't always deprive budgets and the fact that you are always in an election. Parties, nobody is implementing the manifestos because of the intervals of election which are too close to each other. So there's merit in the debate about synchronizing as far as we are concerned. But that debate cannot happen now while somebody is sitting in office. So you pronounce it beforehand. So voters know that we are going to vote Justice specifically for an extended term with intent to synchronize. So you do it in a way that you don't debate about yourself as sitting in office and therefore let's synchronize now. So you don't do, because then it raises questions about subjectivity and objectivity. And that now you are talking about yourself. But also the voters were denied that knowing that they're voting you for an extended term. So we need beforehand adoption, and will come when we raise a suggestion about this. It must be done properly, but it is a meritful debate and discourse that is long overdue. The IEC needs to run fast on this. We can't always talk about it. We have done work on election, how to amend types. I know that there are amendments in that to act, but we need to move into the system of election. And there's another debate about whether you change your electoral system. And I'm saying, for now, there is an opportunity with COVID to move electronic to electronic voting. Students are voting electronically in universities. We do our financial systems electronically. Are we saying that we can't trust our votes electronically? If we can trust our finances, financial institutions electronically, are we saying the youth who are now in universities voting electronically, if we want them to really participate en masse and take keen interest in election, are we not denying what technology is offering?
Of course, you're not arguing that all that should happen now.
No.
You're saying we should be casting our eyes up to the mountains, yes, in the next election.
So that it's not about me and you now who are sitting in office.
I mean, also about electronic voting. It's something that we can't do between now and then. Yes. Okay. So
but I think your recommendations will come handy to say, these are the ways, this is a discourse that is long overdue. It requires us to move within a speech to the end. There's no major disagreement about whether we must always look at that elections takes a lot of money. There's too close intervals. So we need to resolve that policy issue as soon as we can. Not for this election justice, but for the future. What are the election management and political campaign lessons from the by-elections? So when we go to October, there are by-elections. So there are important lessons. There has been elections in other countries. There are important lessons. If we want to proceed
many other countries have also postponed it.
Yes.
As many as held it. If you go down and do a bit of research, you'll see that it's surprising that there are almost as many who postponed to as many who have actually continued. So I understand where you're going to end up, but you need to keep that balance.
That balance is important. Yeah, that's the point. The point is that the COVID presents unique situations for different countries. And I think with the debate on variances and all that, our own situation takes whether we listen or not. But as I said, there needs to be a very, very serious discussion so that we don't fall in the trap. The next time we set a precedent that any dictator comes and postpone election and cite COVID and whether it's objective or objective. So we guard against based on our history, anything that will make us say disenfranchise, delay so I think in the broader context, that's what I try to persuade you to it. And I think it should be about integrity, election integrity. So the question is, does COVID poses a threat to electoral integrity, accountability, and transparency? To what extent, if we have to say because of COVID we can't proceed, is it promising electoral integrity? So it's one of the debate we want to.
Well, we can get there just right now. COVID poses the death.
Yes.
It poses the threat of death. And death. Life is in clause 10 of our Constitution. Right to life. And if you go out through and look again in clause 13, the right to bodily integrity. So there's always, human beings want to preserve life. We want to preserve bodily integrity. If you don't die, you get very ill and disabled. So you're raising the right question about integrity of the elections, but you're going to get somewhere and raise the question about the integrity of our lives and our bodies. But of course, let me say, we've used 20 minutes already, you'll be surprised. So I'm really going to urge you to move on.
Faster, yes. And I think the point, in one of the slides, we see the point of that is justice. I fully compare. The balance must be there. What our imperatives are. Good life, discipline, and I think that's the point I'm raising on this slide. I'm also saying there's a threat similarly to electoral staff, president, equally to us who do election observer missions, domestic and international. So the threats are there for all of us. But the point that really makes us say let's look at proceeding is the dire situation facing our municipality. The age is important. I don't want to take you there, but there's in all accounts evidence of collapsed municipality. Now, if you postpone this election, you are throwing our people to more than what the Constitution wants to preserve, their dignity, their lives will not be better served than postponed. And that's the argument we want to present. So we're also asking for soft compromises. So those who are saying, look, we can't unless we have ample time to campaign. What are you offering? What are you compromising on? Given that this is COVID, this is not made, it's not artificially something impressive, but this is beyond all of us. So we all probably so what compromises are there for anyone to want to say within the new normals, electoral democracy won't be the usual game. Make a new game now. Rules have changed, conditions have changed. How do we do it within that? And we call on the IEC to be incorporate more lessons, as I said, as a suggestion. We call on extended special week as a proposal. So before the 27th, let there be enough time for special votes and all that. We also want to persuade the president on the day of election to relax the numbers, to take the risk of relaxing the numbers. Because what makes sense that we are saying only 250,000 activists. So it fits the purpose. So that consideration, as hard a call as it is, we want to persuade the state to consider relaxing for that 1 day. Please allow taking us to the level where we allow voters to come out. And of course, with all observation of all protocols of emphasis. So that's a point that that's a difficult thing I'm throwing to you, Justice, that please consider recommending the relaxation of the restrictions on the day of elections. It's a difficult one. I sympathize with you, but I'm with you on this one. We will defeat the purpose unless we all voters and legislators who must be part of the numbers that are out on the day of election. It's a difficult one. It's a call. If you want to proceed with election, it's a risk that the country must take collective responsibility. The other things are there. I think the opportunity to read through the presentation. And I think I just want to conclude by saying if we think that elections are about the people expressing how to enhance, how to ensure that this fundamental constitutional issue, moral issue is not
said in one sentence.
Yes, we think
what is Litsema's position? Litsema's position is elections must go ahead in October.
Proceed with elections. We think that we accept the act of God, but we think that the noble act of voting, given our history, is something that we must not follow the track of delay, postponing, as easily as we want to, as fearful, as risky as the COVID.
You said nothing about two things at the time has run out. You really like 3 minutes in which to record. Let's debate this very quickly. The debate, I'm asking for your advice and wisdom. I don't mean let's argue. Let's look at this. One, you said a word about building up immunity within the community.
I've proposed there, I've jumped a lot of slides.
I see.
I've proposed the fact that even domestic and international observers must be vaccinated. So the rollout of vaccination of IEC staff. I've proposed the hiring of COVID monitors, a court of youth that is going to ensure compliance. But of course, the vaccination program is an obvious demand that the officers to fast track. So I'm saying for purpose of election, let's employ more, let's resource that is enough to employ a court of youth who will on election week or throughout the election ensure compliance. Let's have a rich outreach more than I know that we do that already. Go out in homes, in hospitals, in prisons, and in universities. That I'm saying let's expand that. Let's expand that kind of work. It's the only way to reach out, to minimize the numbers of election. But let's have election COVID monitors.
Sure.
Who are monitoring the queues, and I'm arguing that just a second, that elections are mobile. Voting is a mobile process. Nobody comes there and stays. So people, the messaging about people come and go, not delaying the queues is very important. So the efficiency and efficacy of IEC personnel is It's very important so that people don't stay long on the queues. People come and go home so that we don't have congested people.
Okay, the last proposition, and in Camora, I am again, because our time is run out, so but the other presenters are already on the platform. Actually, I can see them already on the platform. The last proposition on which I would like to hear the SEMA is, some presenters have come to me with the medical evidence that has been placed before me suggests that if we reached what is called community immunity or herd immunity, in other words, if you have a certain percentage of any adult population already vaccinated, the risk to life and limb will be lower significantly. And at that point, which I've tended to call the sweet spot, that point, maybe October, maybe December, maybe February, maybe March, what do you say? Which is a sweet spot on your submission?
Because we don't know that this vaccination is absolute and we will achieve such a result. But that prediction is important. But we don't believe that we should delay election because we want to immunize the majority of society. We think eligible voters must be prioritized. I think that program is going on. We must be as we see, but we can't.
Eligible is from 18 up to 100 years. Yeah, so it's the whole population almost.
I remember just this one dealing with the phenomenon in South Africa. One of the things we are raising here is that because there are normal election programs. COVID is just depending on the population. So we are arguing that we postpone election because we want to vaccinate them. That is not done. You can't take away the birthright of voters because you have not vaccinated society. We think that while we preserve immunity and life, we must balance that with the right of voters to choose their leaders. If you take away that, we think that simply on the basis that we delay vaccination will not immunize society. We think that it's unfair. That's our submission.
If there are any other submissions, I think we've come to the end of our submissions. I really appreciate the book. And this is valuable, it will all be put into the debate. As you know, the debate has been going on with written submissions. Just go to the website, you see how vast they are. And with medical evidence, with submissions from electoral bodies, and so we are continuing with the next submissions now. It's available, and we will also be studied carefully and where, and we'll try and bring the difficult parts of it. Thanks for your time, your efforts being here this morning. And you know, as you said, Mr. Mutitsa, this was vital to the nation.
Yes.
And so, thank you.
All the best.
I'm just joking. That's all.
It's a discourse as well.
Yes. But should you always have difficult tasks? When you do the task, some agree, some don't agree.
And yours is better than yesterday's.
Bye-bye. the issue
It's
is quite well known to yourselves. Perhaps you want to introduce your colleagues who are going to be intervening at some stage. They all seem to bear the name William Baird, so that doesn't help me. Maybe some ladies bear your name. So we're going to have to do with a bit of introduction and right straight into the submissions.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I realized my video wasn't on yet, and it's not nice speaking into the darkness, as it were. So, thank you, Justice. So, yes, apologies that there are seemingly two of us. You will be able to tell the difference, though, because it's not fortunately another white man who's presenting. I'm joined by a fantastic colleague, Ms. Avni Singh, who's from Alt Advisory in Power Singh. I'm sure she will just sign on and greet you. So then we can begin. Thank you, Justice.
Good morning, Justice. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Ms. Singh, welcome and thank you for being here.
Okay, may we begin, sir?
Yes, I can see the name Azola Daile.
Azola Daile is my very dear colleague from Media Monitoring Africa.
I see. He's muted properly, so, but I hope he hears me when I welcome him and say, we're pleased to have you here.
Thank you very much, Justice.
Well, we're ready to go.
Could we just ask for screen sharing access, please? It won't allow me to share my screen.
Already. Let me talk to the technical team right here. Do you want to load this, or would you allow me to load the PowerPoint? May she go ahead? Are you going to try again, Ms. Singh, and see whether you can load your PowerPoint? Your slide?
It says that I cannot share while another participant is sharing. I think the previous presentation is still loaded.
I'd still be there. It does not be. Yeah. Can we have the previous presentation removed so we can upload the new one? They're tending to that. It won't be a moment.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well then, in the interest of saving time, what I'll do is I'll begin speaking because the first couple of slides, Justice, are just detailing who we are as an organisation. So we are Media Monitoring Africa. We're a non-profit organisation. We've been running since 1993, and in fact, we started with the specific goal of monitoring the media's coverage in the lead up to the elections in '94. And we've been running ever since then, obviously with a clear focus around monitoring and analysing the media and how they report and address and deal with various issues relating to the elections, usually in the lead up to them. And since then, we've been developing a range of other tools, and we work with other media organisations, including South African National Editors Forum. And I'm mentioning them also specifically because there's certain elements of our submission that they have asked that we express that they support, particularly the ones around journalists, but we'll get to those. So we work with them, and then also in the last couple of years, we've been doing increasing work around the issues of mis and disinformation, and that's relevant, as you'll see later on in the presentation. So yes, I think that's sufficient introduction. The rest is all there, and I'm sure you can read at your leisure. Next slide, please. So the way it's going to work is that myself and Avni are going to be doing a double-hander so that you get a diversity of views and voices as we present. So for us, the overarching considerations for this particular submission is around the media preparedness to cover the local government elections. We believe that the media will be in a position to cover them and will be ready to do so, of course, with some riders to that. We focus and draw our work and inspiration from our constitution, and in that regard we draw particularly a lot of the focus around our submissions around section 16(1) of the constitution, and we think part of that is about recognizing the critical role that the media do play particularly in the context of elections, on the simple basis that media are there to help inform people of what's going on. Politicians, political parties will always give you their view, as they should. But if you want to make an informed choice as a voter to know what the different parties are standing for and which ones you may or may not wish to support, one of the things that the media can do is help you come to that understanding by talking about different issues, talking how different parties represent them and address them, etc. So to enable the public to make informed political decisions and also to hold the political actors to account, the media has a particular role to play in that. And obviously in this period around elections, and when it's the election period specifically, there's an especially heightened role of media in ensuring vigilance. And we are, as I said just before, confident that the media will be able to meet the task ahead of them. So far, evidence from our monitoring before this shows that they can. Next slide, please. So a summary of our submissions is we'll be looking at some of the key regional and international guidance that we've drawn from, which we think is particularly helpful and relevant for the Commission as you take forward your work. We'll look at media access to key events during the election period. Another issue that's critically important for us is internet access and zero rating of election-related content, which we think should be a recommendation. And then, of course, we look at disinformation during the election and safety of journalists. Next slide, please. Well, at this point, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Avni.
Thank you.
Avni, we can't hear you.
My apologies. So for the purpose of the submission, we've drawn on two particular statements first from the African Commission, and the second being from the joint mandate holders on freedom of expression. Turning first to the statement by the African Commission on elections during a pandemic, there are a number of recommendations made in that statement that we find particularly useful, which we've highlighted in the submission for your reference. For example, it talks extensively about the need to sanitize polling stations and provide measures for persons involved in the electoral process to sanitize and have the appropriate PPE. It talks about the vulnerability of older persons and persons with comorbidities. And one of the key recommendations is that states must ensure that COVID-19 prosecuted expedition. To allow more local observers to participate
Shall we deal with that echo? There's a horrible echo. I wanted to pause for a moment. When I looked at the submissions, I saw virtual election observation. And I wonder what would be ready examples of that?
So we have So perhaps a laptop with a Zoom link would be the simplest example of it, but there could be more sophisticated measures of doing it. There's an interesting report coming out of the African Union quite soon, which has been shared in draft form, but not yet finalized, which talks about this in a little bit more detail. And we'd be happy to make that available to you as well, if that would be of assistance.
To look at that, and obviously whilst the exercise focused on October, yours is quite a fairly, you project into the future, properly so. And so many things we won't be able to do between now and October. But nonetheless, you see, if you look at the preparations that the IEC has done, apropos your submissions, it's about human beings. It's about bodies and bodies and bodies.
Yes.
I was told the other day that voter registration costs 400 million.
Yes.
In one day. And why? Because of those warm bodies that you need to do this. And, and of course, they have to be remunerated. So this is quite fascinating in its own way. If you cut out the bodies out of the electoral process, remember everything, just about when you get received, the checking your identity, ultimately getting you to vote, right through to counting the opening of the ballots that are guarded by human beings and party representatives. And the ballot papers are guarded overnight by human beings. So it's quite interesting to have examples that might bring relief and help us.
And this would just be one example, I suppose, of how the electronic system could support in the election process, just by being able to take away physical election observers from needing to be present. But I imagine that you've received other submissions around electronic voting, for example, electronic registration, which is outside of the scope of this present submission.
Oh, yes. And I would hope by the time 2014 comes, if I had a chapter of recommendations that says maybe the future might look like this, or should investigate what the future might look like, and including all those electronic and virtual goodies that might reduce just the shuffling of feet and hands. And that's what elections have been from time immemorial, and they still are. Sure, thanks.
So sorry, Chair, if I may just add to that. So some of these things can be added very at minimal cost to selected sites, so that you can start to incorporate, obviously not a comprehensive system of virtual election observation. So many of the voting stations, as you're fully aware, take place at schools. Many of the schools, not most, let's say some, or even some of them, have access to the internet. So it would be a nice way of using that link that they have there to make sure that what goes on at those particular venues can be viewed via Zoom by any member of the public in particular, I guess. But it could just be run through something that the IEC could oversee. In addition to that, where you've got difficult and complex places and where there's a lot of tension mounting, it might be that they work out a system where when the ballots are counted, that is also that particular process is recorded via devices that the party agents themselves may use, and that they can then submit those when they get access to mobile signal, for example, if it's in a distant area, so that people can look at it and see was anything going on. Not just because I think it brings that added element of electronic observation, and people can then see for themselves what is and what may not be going on. Thank you.
Yes.
Over.
Inspired the recommendation, but countries even as supposedly advanced as the US, the war cry was some people stole elections, if you remember, in essence implying that there's no proper monitoring that is possible. But if we can get closer to that, start a bit of it now, well, we'll see. But please move ahead. Time is our biggest change. May you please.
Thank you very much. So on the next slide, we just highlight a few of the recommendations from a joint declaration on freedom of expression and elections, which was published by the joint mandate holders on freedom of speech. And some of the key recommendations talks again about the need for effective access to the internet, ensuring that the media enjoys robust access to information and candidates, including during the COVID period, promoting media and information literacy, taking positive measures to address disinformation, and encouraging or stating that parties, politicians and candidates should refrain from limiting the ability of the media and journalists to access public communications relating to the elections. Some of these recommendations we think are directly relevant to some of the challenges that the media are currently facing during the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, we will discuss these in more detail as we move through our presentation.
Yes, thank you.
So the first key submission that we make relates to access to key events during the election period. And Section 8B of the Electoral Code provides that every registered party and candidate may not prevent access by members of the media to public political meetings, marches, demonstrations, and rallies. Now, we know that COVID-19 has placed a different spin on the way in which political parties and candidates have been able to campaign. And we submit that this provision of the Electoral Code should be interpreted to apply equally, whether such meetings or gatherings are taking place in person or virtually. It's also important for us that the media should have access to other election-related processes, such as voting stations, counting of votes, and results operation centers, within the ambit of social distancing and the prescripts of what is allowed within, in terms of the numbers permitted. We reiterate that technological innovations should be harnessed so that members of the media can perform their functions without needing to be physically present. And we submit that journalists should be provided with permits that allow them to travel freely and be recognized as essential workers under the COVID-19 regulations. In terms of our next submission, we deal with internet access and the zero rating of election-related content. And here we just highlight Principle 37 from the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa, which was published by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which really emphasizes the need for all persons to have access to the internet and the obligation on states to ensure that universal, equitable, affordable, and meaningful access to the internet is a necessary conduit for the realization of the rights to freedom of expression, access to information, and other fundamental rights. But in terms of
if any of that, Ms. Singh, between now and October, I was engaging some parties who submitted that there's a 92, 93 level of penetration of handsets in our country. And that therefore nobody should be complaining that they are not able to reach voters, given the level just of access. But can we assume without more that recommendations such as this, with a deep emphasis on digital participation, would serve us well in a country such as ours?
Absolutely, Justice. So while we have very extensive coverage across the country, what we see is that meaningful access to the internet is significantly limited to those persons with the resources available to be able to browse online. We have a very divided country in this regard, with relatively low internet penetration rates because of the high cost of data. And where our submission really hones in is on the issue of the zero rating of election-related content. Here we submit that the process that could be followed is one quite similar to what was done in terms of COVID-19 related information, which was mobilized incredibly quickly in March last year, where engagements with the telecommunications operators and the National Department of Health basically verified certain websites as being providing public interest information and necessitating those websites to be zero rated in the interest in the public interest, basically. And we submit a similar process could be followed to increase the public's ability to access election-related materials. In our view, this is the only way to ensure equitable access to information on key issues of democratic importance. And whilst this could be done, I beg your pardon?
No, very well. I think you can proceed.
And whilst this could be done with parameters being set in terms of which media organizations or public interest bodies would qualify for such zero rating access, it's our view that this could be done quite swiftly and effectively and would significantly improve the way in which people are able to engage with election-related content. William, I'm going to hand back to you to cover disinformation during the election period.
Thanks, Avni. So just to highlight that point around the importance of people being able to access useful information is supported by the South African National Editors Forum, and particularly being able to zero rate that. But it's for things like the public broadcaster, for example, ensuring that anyone can access critical elections-related information. It shouldn't be that just because they're poor and they can't afford data that they shouldn't have access to everything that everyone else who has resources does. That for us deepens that digital inequality that Avni mentioned. So one of the key issues for us, Justice, is this issue of mis and disinformation, sometimes referred to as fake news. In fact, you referenced that lunatic in the United States at the start of our presentation who claimed the elections were stolen, and that was we saw the dangerous impact that mis and disinformation can have. It led to people actually going and raiding their Capitol building. And so this is something that we think, unfortunately, the IEC has had the presence of mind to see the threat that this poses. And in fact, we've been working with them since 2019 on addressing disinformation in the lead up to the election period. Next slide, please. So some of the issues that we use to draw on this is around Section 89.2 of the Electoral Act and Section 14B of the Electoral Code of Conduct, as well as a joint declaration on freedom of expression, fake news, disinformation, and propaganda. Each of those respectively deals in some way, shape, or form with with issues specifically about political parties sharing or not sharing content that is false, or encouraging political parties to act and to discourage people that are sharing information that they know or should know to be false. So in this regard, for the elections that will hopefully take place in October, we're working with the IEC on two initiatives. The first is the Real 411, and what that is it's a public complaints form, so that public complaints platform, so that if someone sees something that they think they're not sure about, it seems like it might be mis or disinformation, be it a political party, anyone can submit that to that system. It'll then go into the Real 411 system, and after a range of checks and balances, it then goes to the IEC, where the IEC is empowered under the Act to take a range of actions on that particular content that's said. So what this means is that if, for example, someone shares information that says the elections have been cancelled, and it's 2 days before the elections, that kind of thing can cause real public harm. And in that instance, the IEC, if it's reported to Real 411, they can get it, they can send to the platforms and say, please, we've seen this, please remove this content immediately. And then it empowers the IEC to then act and disseminate correct information to say, no, the elections are still going ahead. Don't worry, everyone, this and these are the processes that we're taking. So that's Real 411. The second initiative is PADRE, which stands for Political Advertising Repository. This again is created under after the input from the African Commission, their principles on access to information in an election period, where they talk about having a repository of political advertisements. And why this matters is, of course, because political parties spend a lot of their money on advertising in order to try and encourage people to vote for them. But sometimes these days with mis and disinformation, what you see is it's very easy for me, for example, to put out an advert for the William Party. Avni sees that and she changes that slightly, so that instead of saying vote for me because I'm great, she says she may change it to say vote for William because he's a banana head. And that may then make me look foolish, and then it constitutes misinformation and undermines the political process. So what PADRE is it's a repository of political party adverts. So the political parties will be uploading their advertisements to that, so that any member of the public, the IEC obviously as well, can go there and see, is this a legitimate advert or is it not a legitimate advert? Because, of course, sometimes parties advertise things that you think don't make sense to you or I, but it makes sense to their constituents. So this is a way of bringing greater transparency to the process.
Mr. Baird, that would be totally digital, right?
Yes, Justice.
Okay, very well.
Both of those things are digital, and in fact, Real 411 deals with digital harms around incitement, potentially hate speech, and of course, mis and disinformation. There's a lot of detail there, obviously, but I'm just in the interest of time because I think we're just about out. So next slide, please. Our last area that we wish to focus on is around safety of journalists. And again, these points are specifically endorsed by the South African National Editors Forum. So the first is what we need critically and urgently, I think, because we've seen so many routine and systematic attacks on our journalists just for doing their job, is commitment from the political parties to respecting and protecting the media and press freedom during the election period. So because of the heightened tensions, because of the issues that we're seeing already around COVID and how it's being politicized, it's really critical that the journalists that are reporting are allowed to do their jobs without being attacked, and that parties and others that do attack them need to be held accountable. So threats or attack, they must be condemned by the political parties and or the candidates. So it's not just a matter of acting, but a matter of the political parties also saying, we're not going to tolerate this. And we'd also suggest that threats or attacks must be investigated by the IEC and relevant authorities with swift remedies provided. And of course, the COVID regulations need to be adhered to by the IEC parties, candidates, voters and supporters. One element we haven't mentioned in our input is that we're hoping that journalists, particularly the frontline journalists that are out in the field every day, so not necessarily those that are behind the cameras in studio, for example, but that those that are bearing the brunt of these, they will hopefully also get vaccinated in time before the elections. And again, I think that that's something that we could be saying now is that they should be in line with frontline workers to be vaccinated prior to the election, so that at least the risk that we're still exposing them to can be mitigated to some degree. And I think
our time has just run out.
Yes, I know.
Quick matters, perhaps
Yes.
3, which are quite important to the deliberations, as important as the ones you've just made. The first is your submissions are careful not to take a position on whether or not the election ought to be postponed. Do you understand that to be so? You don't weigh in. There's a big debate around that.
There is a big...
Go to the website and you go see that countries quite divided on that matter. Do you weigh in at all, or do you keep your powder dry?
Well, we're attempting to keep our powder dry to some degree, Justice, but I think that it's given the significant challenges and the disruption, the even greater disruption that would be caused. Our view is that the elections should go ahead at the planned date, and certainly we're operating on that basis. And I say that just because unless, obviously, like these recent by-elections, which I understand the IEC applied to have delayed because of the fact that we're at level 4. So unless we're at that kind of a juncture where it's absolutely almost impossible to operate in an environment that will hinder free, fair elections, we think that they can and should go ahead, because there are a number of, all of these steps that we've put forward suggest that the elections can go ahead as planned.
And your submissions, understandably so, do not traverse the right to life, the right to bodily integrity. In other words, entitlement not to be exposed to circumstances that would threaten one's life and or body. There is a very important part of the current debate, which says you call out people to congregate when all signs seem to suggest that congregating tends to translate to super spreader moments. And various examples are there out there. Perhaps India and America be the most prominent of those. But also other examples where elections have not turned out to be super spreaders. Again, on that point, I don't hear you at all. I don't say you should enter the terrain. I just wondered whether you're consciously silent on those issues.
So there are 2 reasons for that, Justice. The first is that it's not necessarily our area of expertise, and we try and stick to the things that we know about. The second reason, I guess, is that our media routinely expose themselves to danger. They risk their lives every single day just bringing us the news. So it's kind of one of those things that we take for granted, that they are risking their lives to do their job. And so to that extent, these kinds of scenarios, if they take the right precautions, if they've been vaccinated, for example, you're doing whatever you can to prevent, to make it as safe as possible for them to continue doing their job, just as we expect our healthcare workers to continue regardless. Our journalists, and to be honest, even if we said don't do it and told our journalists to stay inside and not to do it, they'd do it anyway. They would do it anyway, Justice.
Yes. No, but thank you ever so much. This is valuable and it feeds into this important inquiry. And as I mentioned that that's going to be important to take care of in writing the report. We are most grateful. But the conundrum of just edging you closer to part of the heartbeat of the challenge, which on the one hand you have pro-life people who say, damn, you're inviting us to die, are you? And there are others on the other side who say, well, death or not, we ought to protect the democratic project. So we go on for better, for worse. So is that contestation that ought to be resolved in order to identify the sweet spot for running the elections? Is it October? Is it December? Is it March?
So on that point, Justice, I think it's clear, because this terrible, terrible virus isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So whether we did it in October or March, that to that degree doesn't matter. We're still going to be faced with something very akin to something where we are now. The threat of it isn't going to disappear anytime soon, especially not at our current rate of vaccination and the way that the virus is able to create new forms of itself. So to that extent, it seems to make sense. Rather, this is for us a most fantastic period where it reinvigorates. It's the very essence of a democratic process to be able to go and vote and put your stamp on something and say, I want this and this to happen. It's the most clear, direct form of expression of desire for democracy. We expect our workers to go and stand in queues in a taxi rank on a daily basis just to get to work. And we're not saying, well, don't go to work until, we've got rid of this virus. Not at all, because they have to. They've got to feed their family. This is as important, in my view, personally, is that if you take the right precautions and if we've got spacing and you've put into place all of the kind of protective measures that we can most reasonably put into place, I can't see that is anything that is worse or puts people at greater risk than standing in a queue to come to work at a taxi rank.
Well, all the doctors who have been before me, the health scientists, say if you achieve community immunity, so-called herd immunity, your risk suddenly tumble.
Yes.
So nothing. Then you can fill up Wimbledon Stadium. But I'm not pushing you any harder than that. And the reason it's not getting infected anymore, as I understood Professor Dasu yesterday, Dr. Abdullah, and Dr. Das and Dr. Mordi, Professor Mordi, is that the trick at this stage seems to be to vaccinate sufficient people so that the mortality rate drops sharply, but not the infection rate necessarily. But then people stop dying. Yeah. And you can call them out to go to work, to go to cover stories, to go to vote, because you have reduced the risk to life and limb, and therefore freed up a lot of space for society. But that's a debate for another day. I don't think I'm going to track into that, and our time has run out, and I've no doubt you have views on that. But I wanted to benefit in some ways from a little discussion, and you have given me some views on it. Again, thank you ever so much. You do have a good day. I have to listen more to other South Africans. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course, quickly make them. But yes. Okay.
Just thank you so much, Justice. It's been a real privilege and honor to appear before you this morning, and we're very grateful for this opportunity.
Thank you for coming. So I'm not leaving the meeting, right? Or should I leave? Or okay, let me see. You don't want to join a live demo. What do you want me to do? Oh, there we are. Is there anybody on the other end? Good morning. One South Africa. Is there anybody on the other end? They say that they are on the other side, but they haven't sent a link.
Yeah, I don't have Mrs. Email address. We're trying to get it.
Oh, you don't have. There's somebody there that is Miss Hongo.
No, that one is later.
Oh, that is the later one. Oh no, that is fine.
We can get.
Or say it's Musi's ones who should be coming on,
yes,
right?
they had said they're going to come physically from the change.
Or did they say they'll come physically?
They had said before.
Oh.
Yes. Just trying to get there.
Which presentation is this one? The one who are now online. It might be Abacha Force of Change. What? Oh, I see those online are presenters of the next.
Hello, Justice. We've now been sent the correct link. Oh, Khosi Mpusan lega.
I don't have to define the issue because the issue is fairly well defined. And we have said before there is a contestation between the right to life and the right to bodily integrity on the one hand, and a collection of political rights to which we are entitled to, which we generically called the democratic project. And we want all the wisdom in the world to help us unfathom what best to do in these circumstances. So I'm not going to take any more of your time, and I've had the benefit of your submissions. So we're going to really invite you to go to what you consider to be important, trusting that I have read and will read again your submissions.
Justice, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm joined by my colleagues Mudzuli Rakivana and Daniel Tate from One South Africa. And I think for us, I'd like to reduce, given the framing of the question that you've put before us, I think without trying to do anything, I think the first is that there's an election date that has been pronounced. Our view simply is there is a possibility of being able to maintain the right to life and achieve the democratic project on the set date of the 27th of October. And that should a postponement occur, that the conditions need to be clearly outlined, given that this is both a political and a constitutional process. And then the third issue is that ultimately, what then is the function of the body tasked with holding elections as far as the IEC is concerned, and what is its response to this pandemic. So given those as a broad outline of those 3 points, I want to address you, Justice, on the first, which is what are the exact conditions upon which I think elections can go ahead in this current year. The first, and which is common cause, and I think scientists and the global community can agree, is that the pandemic will be with us for a number of years. So given a postponement, you are not simply going to change the conditions, and they are not going to change materially. Secondly, countries that have agreed to hold elections during this time have had to do so in very prescribed conditions. But I do want to forewarn by saying that, in fact, one of the preconditions that allow for elections to go ahead is, as you described to the previous panelists, some form of herd immunity or population or community immunity. The fact of the matter is that when you look at South Africa's vaccination rate, we are unlikely to achieve that in the foreseeable future in terms of an 80% threshold to ensure that that condition is met. So setting ourselves up as a commission to say we must wait for that so that elections can take place could have the material effect of postponing elections by a number of years, let alone months. Furthermore, I do think, without doubt, when we look at what the state is sitting at the moment, we are in, as of today, sitting in the midst of a very serious pandemic. We have the Delta virus that is before us, and what is known notionally as the third wave. The scientists have already put on the table that there potentially in South Africa going to be a fourth and a fifth wave. So again, I say to you, Justice Horre, if at any point we make a decision to postpone, the question shall always arise at the intersections between the fourth and the fifth wave as we've now been put. And even in countries that are vaccinated, i.e. the US, already considerations are being put back to say, but the health protocols cannot be suspended given the vaccination rate. So I want to maintain that justice, first and foremost, the COVID scenario is a scenario with us. It is going to be with us for a number of years. And ultimately, we cannot depart from what is our constitutional provision of being able to hold elections every 5 years and simply just say we will postpone for a number of months or years given the state. Second is that I think the state of local government is in and of itself a challenge. One, the mandate given to the political parties expires, as you and I would know, but the expiration has got consequences on two other pieces of legislation, which is the Municipal Finance Management Act and ultimately the Municipal Systems Act, which by those are dependent on a public mandate, both for the IDP and the budget to be passed. And so you would then be asking citizens to sponsor their subsidiary votes to political parties who effectively don't have a mandate. And that would put a risk to the socio-economic conditions that citizens find themselves in. And I would urge that if the consideration is made that the IEC's holding of elections on the 27th of October is a super spreader event, that could be the prevailing conditions for other super spreader events sponsored by political parties on the streets where they feel that a mandate ought to be sought in one way or another. And if it cannot be expressed in the ballot, it ought to be expressed elsewhere. So I do think that a postponement could have very serious implications for what municipalities do going forward. And I don't think that should be dismissed simply by saying it should not be dismissed as a variable, because it is going to be a crucial variable going forward. Your argument, Justice, that says that there must be a question of the preservation of human life brings me almost to the second point, which is to say, comparatively in countries, Africa itself has had countries that have held elections this year. There obviously have been other countries that have taken a decision to postpone. But I want to speak about how we as South Africans can be able to learn from those. What things can we do to ensure that we preserve human life? And I want to address you on a few things. The first is, obviously, COVID protocols can be upheld and can be followed. It isn't sine qua non to suggest that holding an election on the 27th would mean a super spreader event. Actually, there are a few things that need to be done to ensure that we don't achieve what is called the super spreader. The first is, I would urge that there must be a pre-health assessment of all polling officials. We can achieve that. We have a vaccination program that is in place that can ensure that they are all pre-tested and all of the people with comorbidities are able to then be set aside so that we can deal with those as a special category. Secondly, I do think the IEC has within itself the capability of staggering of votes. So elections are held over 3 days rather than on one. So when we make the case to say there must be special elections or special days, special votes can be cast on the Monday of the elections and the Tuesday of the election. And I would urge that that must be done. So ultimately, you avoid a scenario upon which election day is only on the 27th, and then you have a space upon which more citizens feel compelled to only vote on that day. The option can be provided for them to vote on day 1 and day 2. Thirdly, I think it is possible to increase the number of votes. Justice?
Just 1 minute. We're having a bit of an stability of the. Just 1 minute, please. Stability of the line. I hope it gets better now, because you're in full flight and I'd like to hear all those submissions. Let's try again, please. Go ahead. As you go ahead, please do. I'll have a number of questions at the end, and I think it's better to do it then. But I think you should go ahead. Yeah. And technical team, let's more stable line, please. Okay, so wrap it around.
I would urge furthermore that there is a prospect of being able to increase voting stations. And that's a combination of saying that Ghana, as a key example, increased theirs to 38,000 countrywide. In South Africa, we've got a much bigger population, but at this point in time, we've only got 23,000 voting stations. So it is possible to, in fact, increase those, make some of them even more mobile, so that citizens aren't walking for long distances to voting stations and are able to get there. We've already got enough infrastructure to use additional facilities that are not being used because people are preferring to work from home, etc., that you can use office buildings, office parks, the various infrastructure that we've got in the country to facilitate an additional number of voting stations. I do think as part of the key consideration, the idea of proxy voting may actually come into place here if the IEC were willing to say, in partnership with health officials, be able to come closer to the people and say, I, for argument's sake, Musi Maimane, want to express my vote in this way, I will then be able to use a proxy voting mechanism to allow someone else to do that. And countries have done that. Countries that have held elections during a pandemic have also been able to do that. The fifth provision I think that we could meet is this question of mobile voting. If we were to allow for voters to vote closer to home, we could set up mobile voting units for people to come through, cast special votes, allow them to do so. So that's particularly for citizens who would feel, I've got underlying comorbidities, I've not been vaccinated, my right to life is important, but it is not a cancellation of my right to be able to express a vote, I think is going to be crucial. And I think the IEC should not be able to say to itself, this pandemic is a surprise. It is something that has been coming for a while. And given that, conditions must be made in such a way that the IEC makes all the adequate preparation, all the budgeting requirements, and the expansion of voting opportunities so that we can achieve that point. The other issue is then the preconditions, which are about registration weekend and also the campaigning component of that. I think we can have an opportunity to trial those, given that registration weekend is in a number of weeks' time. But furthermore, for party political campaigning, having come from a former political party and now speaking on behalf of citizens, I do feel that the notion that the only way one can campaign is by holding gatherings is archaic as a start and simply is not the only mechanism. There can be a way of digitally being able to communicate with voters. There can be a way of being ultimately using telephones and using cell phone technology to be able to sponsor information to voters. And ultimately, given that, as the previous presentation was so eloquently put together, we can create the monitoring environment that ensures that there's a curbing of disinformation at that time. So I would urge that the excuse to say, look, political parties can't campaign during that time, I do think is dangerous and would set a dangerous precedent, because already what we're seeing is that others are already saying, forget the Disaster Management Act, we will simply go out and campaign anyways. So if you don't give the track line to say, you can express your democratic right on this day, here's how campaigning can occur, I think that you would be setting yourself up in a conditions where the ego and the drive of political parties and their competitive nature could actually endanger the lives of citizens. The last point I'll address myself on, Justice, is this issue of the state of the IEC. I think the IEC needs to be given additional funding, and it is absolutely Treasury can be able to achieve that. We can also allow, through the Party Liaison Committee, additional funding to be given to political parties to diversify the way they campaign and to add more of those issues. And the IEC has got mechanisms to be able to do that. We must create partnership with health officials, the Defense Force, and various security agencies to allow ultimately that there's more manpower to manage the very process of elections and the capacitation of the IEC itself to uphold the integrity thereof. And this speaks to the broader apparatus around an election, the security of media and giving them the freedom to do so, the election monitoring bodies that are able to travel around communities to ensure that we uphold the integrity of the elections. So our submission, Justice, given the fact that we are A, under pressure for time, and B, the submissions that we've made in a written way, we would argue the case that it is possible to hold elections on the 27th of October, that if conditions had to be done in such a way that a postponement needed to be granted, it cannot be longer than six months, because then in that instance you fall foul of the other regulatory processes that govern local government elections. That if a declarator was to be sought from the Concord, because that would require the constitutional amendments that extend the term of office beyond its regulated time, then I would argue that we'd have to prescribe how and when we draw a timeline towards achieving elections. Otherwise, our failure to do so could set a very dangerous precedent, given that and the next election is in 2024, and who knows what type of pandemic conditions we're in. I think I don't have to sermonize this point. We are dealing with one virus at this point. Who knows that in future times, we're going to have variants of another virus or another different airborne disease. So if we do not learn the lessons now and put the adequate mechanisms now, we could always face a global society, a challenge to hold elections, and South Africa would be vulnerable in this regard. So I submit to you, Justice, that elections must go ahead now, that if a declarator is sought for a postponement, conditions must be prescribed in that, and ultimately, without shadow of a doubt, that the IEC, the body tasked for this, needed to reform how it holds elections, because it is always going to be holding elections in a pandemic.
Thank you ever so much. I have a few questions, issues to debate, and then we have to bring it to a close. And they are the following. Let's start off with resourcing the IEC. You're creating conditions that will protect life presupposes that there would be a substantial resourcing of the IEC and that there will be a substantial legislative reform. I'm sure you realize this. Our law makes no provision for mobile voting. Our law makes no provision for electronic voting. It makes no provision for elections that are extended over several days. And they are significant. As I've been probing up to now, as you would know, it takes about 400 million for voter registration one day. The one due out in July, 400 million. For you to extend special votes, you're going to need to pay more rental on the leases at these venues, and to pay more people to be able to do work over more days. So what am I saying? I'm really saying there are significant resources implications on the package you put forward to preserve life. That's the one thing that I would like to say. And whether we can do it between now and October, and have these legislative changes agreed on and done up to that point. I want to hear you on that. The second point is that on vaccination, evidence that has come before me, yesterday I've listened to a number of health scientists, is that we're likely to reach herd immunity around February, March next year, or community immunity. You say it would never happen. It might as well happen in a few years. Now, is that scientific or is that a political submission that you really are, given what has gone on? The third thing is this, we've been having a debate about, in the event that we might have to postpone because of the cyclic nature of the Delta. And the projections before me are that it may very well find its peak around October or earlier. And if it dissipates earlier, it would pick up again in October. But peak it will, because we've had cyclic rises or peaks of the pandemic. So yes, you're right, it will be here. But scientists say to me, well, Justice, if you want to save lives, you got to try and choose a sweet spot. You have to try and choose a space where there will be the least hemorrhage. Now, India is probably a very conspicuous case in point. The US is another conspicuous case. But there are many others where elections have been held fairly safely. So the picture is very checkered globally, and I have researchers who are looking at that. So I just want to debate that with you to say, it seems to me there is a point where inviting people out to vote will result in least spreading and the least deaths, because ultimately it's a mortality rate, scientists tell me, that matters, not the infection rate. So I just want to pause for a while, and I'm not in the debate of postponing to 2024 or something like that. I'm trying to export within months, and it's very good to hear your views on that. And I think I'll stop at this stage.
Justice, I think the couple to the questions that you've raised, and my colleagues can weigh in given the time. Firstly, when it comes to the issue of resourcing of the IEC, democracy is a very expensive exercise. All of us know that. But I think that if it is a sacrosanct value in any democracy, that it is the job of Treasury, the Solidarity Fund, and I think citizens would be willing to say it is important to uphold democratic practice, that they should contribute to that. So I think it would then be, I don't want to cop out, but it is not my responsibility to transverse how to coach a government to be able to fulfill what is a very important mandate that has been set for them in the last 5 years. The legislative components of what you raise, Justice, with respect, are already in many instances provided for in our current electoral laws. So in essence, excuse me, proxy voting is already provided for. The election is in any case over 3 days. It is common cause because ordinarily on day one, you would have citizens who are able to apply for special votes vote on the Monday or the Tuesday. And therefore, ultimately, you could expand either one of those days. And that by the third day, you've already covered an election over 3 days. So I would urge Justice that to the second legislative points that you have raised, I think it is absolutely possible to be able to achieve those by the set date of October, if it's required for us to do so. And I do not make a political point. I know you say that, Justice, but I think if we look at the real numbers, so last week, South Africa averaged about 60,783 vaccinations administered daily. So at this stage, if we want to try and get around days to administer enough doses for another 10% of the population, it would literally take us about another additional 200 days. So I would urge Justice that on practical reality, it sounds South Africa does not vaccinate at the rate fast enough, and therefore the delay would be prolonged even further. So I would want to emphasize this point to say I'm not making a political point. Suffice to say that actually when it's said and done, vaccination rates are slow. We do not know, we cannot predict without any delay, any additional delays, I suspect that we are not going to keep the track of even 60,000 vaccinations per day. So over a long period of time, we could end up in a scenario where we never get herd immunity. And I also do think, Justice, without belaboring this particular point, outdoor voting is not something that should be out of the realm of possibility. Because if we were to hold at that time, you should presume quite sufficiently that actually you could hold an outdoor voting station where people are allowed to vote. So that wouldn't amend this process exceptionally too much. And then lastly, as far as Delta and the respective variants that you put on the table, I don't claim to be a scientist, but I would urge that these are the conditions with which we must presume we are going to live in. So when you say, how do we pick a sweet spot? It is going to be in a stage where if you say, well, it's in December, you must presume that then people are going to start mobilizing. So you could have a move around how that infection rate increases or decreases. So it cannot be an arbitrary date that you pick to say, well, we hope at that time it will be a sweet spot. I think we've agreed on a date of the 27th of October, and I think it will be helpful to narrow everybody to say, how do we get there safely and the preservation of life? Or if we do postpone, the very conditions I've laid out cannot extend for longer than 6 months, and therefore those you have to pick a date so that the election timetable is followed accordingly. Otherwise, you cannot fulfill the legislative points. I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything.
Points are valuable. Thank you so much, and they have reached me certainly. You know, there's a big contestation in country about whether or not we ought to keep the dates in October or to move these to a few months ahead, and others extend it a little longer than that. But that debate is on, and it was very helpful to hear you this. I'm going to have to run. I have the Minister of Health will be here to come and tell us about the vaccination. Is right, what they have in store, and you know what numbers would be there in October, and what the numbers might be in December, what the numbers might be in March. Of course, and others have argued, and I think you do the point, which is valid. If you do put it out, it must be with almost unconditional and with limits and barriers that do not permit any further extensions. And the court would have work to make sure that there's no reason for you to postpone again. I'm not saying this is where we're going, but many others are submitting that and are arguing that. And it's fair to hear you out and test your views on it. And after that, of course, the data will tell us whether, in fact, we can go out safely in October or not. It is a vital scientific prediction that we need. Will we invite people out to die and be infected, or will we invite them to be able to exercise their political rights safely? And I'm sure you would want to achieve both, as the nation would want to. Both.
Yeah, and Justice, without trying to, what I wanted to say is equally so. We must also weigh up the right to life as it pertains to the state of local government. And that's maybe the terrain of politics, but it is also the terrain of the fact that the Auditor General has already reported on the collapsing state of local government. So the delay could have the effect where there are communities right now who are without water, electricity, and other basic services, which are mandated by local government. So asking those citizens to bear those conditions for much longer without trying to give mandate or remove mandate can also have other prevailing conditions as to how citizens interact with the government or whether they maintain the regulations that are prescribed to them.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, those points have been made, and you are making them, and they're important points, and they are basically at hand. The financial year of municipalities, when does it start?
Well, it follows on from Treasury, so it follows on from the national fiscus. So from February, the national budget kicks into play, and then municipalities start to table theirs in the May of the following year.
So the new money flows in around April, May to municipalities, isn't it?
Correct. So, but that new money is preconditioned on the fact that an IDP has to be drafted, which requires public consultations. Municipal ward committees need to be in place to ensure that there's oversight on that process. And thirdly, that the people who vote on the budget have the mandate of the people in this regard, because that's at least some of the prescribes of what our local government provisions are.
I've got young people who are coming to submit after you. They'll be pretty restless very soon, and I must avoid they've been patient because we have taken a bit of their time. I'm very grateful to the rest of the team, Mr. Tate. Well, everybody's Daniel Tate there, so including you, Mr. Maimani, you are Daniel Tate, so that doesn't help me. But I'd like to thank the rest of the team. It is a vibrant contestation around democratic practice, and be able to express something that might be helpful for country and people.
Thank you, Justice. Thank you, Justice.
Okay, thank you, and be well. Miss Dlamini, I think I'm going to get out of here. Do you want me to close and come back again, or I should simply, let's see, should I leave the meeting?
Good morning, Justice. This
Good
is
morning,
Ms. Lamini
Justice.
speaking. We are here.
Sawubona.
Sawubona, kanjani?
Nkosazana, Ms. Nongo.
Sanibonani.
Sanibonani.
Yes, Justice, I'm also here.
Yes, ngiyakubona mntanami. You've been there for quite some time. And
Yes,
ngiyabonga.
no, we've been listening.
But you had also the debate, which is something very, very vital.
Yes,
I know
we got the gist of the debate.
Free to be patient, and I'm grateful for that. And I have your written submissions, and I also have your slide presentations. We have to go ahead and not wait for 11 because we are late already. But I'm looking forward and anxious to hear the views and the voice of the youth in this debate, which I'm not going to frame because you know what the issues are. And your submissions tell me you know. And I would really ask us we go ahead in a straight line. If you could just introduce.
Thank you so much, Justice. As you already know, my name is Nongo Solo, and I'm with my colleague Duduzile Dlamini. We are co-founders of an organization called Abacha Force of Change that deals with the issues of young people. And we have created a platform for the voices of young people to restore African identity and that they are able to express their voices fearlessly. So we run under the banner that says, say yes to a winning generation. We have taken a firm stand as a youth organization that election postponed is democracy denied. And we will tabulate our reasons as we do a presentation. But our presentation will be broken down in different spheres. We will look at the legal point of view. We will look at election participation during COVID-19 using 2020, 2021 by-election references. We will look at elections in general, taking lessons from other countries. But we'll also look at the costs of voting in general, both as young people and citizens in our society, and we'll conclude with recommendations and leave the society with food for thought. And we'll then, together with my colleague, be listening and trying to answer your questions. In light of the fact that we are a constitutional democratic country, it is important that we thoroughly evaluate what the Constitution entails. The Constitution regulates two important points: that every 5 years, with 90 days from the expiry of the term, we should have local elections. The word term simply means those voted to power have 5 years to lead those who voted for them. So we find it as a dictatorship to impose leaders upon those who vote, should we then want to postpone elections beyond the 90 days expiry or even further than that. The Constitution also demands that elections should be free and fair. And we wish to argue and prove that in actual fact, under such tight conditions, without compromising the right to life, we will actually offer the most free and fair local elections. If we attempt to interpret the Constitution and request for postponement, we have two suggestions then: that the matter may go to court, which may have three possibilities from the judgment: that yes, we can postpone the elections, or no, we should not postpone the elections, or maybe follow the Commission's recommendation because it did a thorough consultation from the public already. But secondly, the matter may require constitutional amendment, which then again will be an exercise that requires public consultation. And this means that we're further delaying democracy due to and the election processes. So the fact that elections have been postponed before, and I'm now coming to the postponement of elections, there was a reference during the inquiry that elections have been postponed before. Why can't we postpone them now? I think, Justice, it should be clear that local elections versus by-elections
happen under different circumstances. Local government election is an exercise that the IEC must always be ready for with a clear timetable and prepare for it on time, and that the constitution is also clear on it with a 5-year term and 90-day expiry date. But by-election is an unforeseen circumstance that may even happen within 2 years of the term. Thus, it does not even affect the regulation of the constitution. And I think it's important to highlight those things. But let's look at the election participating during the COVID-19 using 2020-2021 elections. It is a known fact that COVID affects the voter turnout because there is a fear from the voters to actually contract the virus. But also when we look at the voter turnout in some by-elections that took place around November, around December, of which the IEC also gave allusion to this, the difference was not far from what is normally expected from local elections. But also, IEC also provided strict health protocols that appear to have been followed since there was no new outbreaks during the by-elections that took place. But if we want to look at the two components of the cost of voting that voters look at, should they decide whether they want to come and vote, the two components is that voters look at the cost to prepare voting decisions and the cost for action of voting. And when we look at the first cost, what the voters look at then for them to come and decide whether they will want to come and vote, they look at the amount of time and resources used to collect information about the candidate. They look at the programs that the candidate had, and they look at the main election issues that the candidates are canvassing for, which we normally call it manifesto in general, and some call it mission pillars. But the second component that voters consider, they consider the time it takes to get to the VD and the time it takes to be in the queues to vote. They look at the transport costs, which normally affect the elders in the state if they did not opt for special voting. They look at the day of the week, but also they look at voting technology and voting processes, and that will normally be young people who look at that. So if we look at the first component, we want to recommend as Abacha Force of Change that in order to deal with that issue, or yes, to solve that basically, we are saying that the public broadcaster in association with the government must create a channel similar to what we call parliamentary channel. Young people will also relate with a channel similar to Idols that will strictly focus on elections and give a platform to all candidates. This can also be done in collaboration with local radio stations and local TV shows, and also in collaboration with IEC since they have close relations with ICASA. But also we are saying, if you want to argue on whether there is enough space to canvass or to campaign, or whether there is enough platform, we are saying public facilities that are normally closed at the grassroots level, that it will be your public halls, your libraries, that we normally as young people don't have access to. And if we would try to have access to, they check our political affiliation, which we find unfair. We are saying for us to have free and fair elections under these conditions, all these public facilities, such as community halls and libraries, must be available to all candidates to serve as their information desk, so that voters are able to come, obviously following health protocols, and find out about the candidates' manifestos and mission pillars. When we look at the second component of cost to vote, we are saying if we look at time, because voters are looking at time they will spend in standing in the queues, IEC has already declared that they have increased their voting districts by over 200. So that means already the time that was spent in previous elections, which was 2019, will be less now spent in queues. But we are also we are also provoking IEC or challenging IEC to say, please ensure that proximity is the key to all voters, so that they also spend less time in getting to their VDs. When we look at transport costs for elders, we have already canvassed that probably we can increase the days of special voting so that we don't even and spend much time in transport to get elders to go and vote to voting stations. So when we increase the number of days in special voting, we are encouraging old people or the elders not to go to voting stations on the day of vote, but to allow themselves to take the route or to apply for special voting. But we are also saying even those with disabilities and chronic diseases, we encourage them to register for special voting so that they don't suffer on the day of elections. And that will also decrease the probability of contracting the virus or COVID-19. When we look at the day of the week as one of the costs that voters look at, we want to confirm that the 27th of October, which is Wednesday, is a perfect day, especially for young people, because we are advocating for the voices of young people. It's a perfect day for young people because we cannot deny the fact that young people are young and they engage in youth activities. And Wednesday is one of the days they use to recoup. They can have no excuse that they were actually going out to parties or they have a hangover for that matter. It's one particular day, even companies can allude to what I'm saying. They have less days where young people miss a day for work. It will be particularly Wednesday. And IEC has already declared that they are ready in terms of voting, even with technology and voting processes. So in terms of technology and voting processes, I think that one is covered. Yes, but what lessons can we learn?
I know you are talking. It's very difficult to interrupt you, and you are making very, very important submissions. I'm tempted to say, do you have a sense of enthusiasm amongst the youth? One of the biggest challenges of our country has always been young people not coming out at all.
True.
And therefore, do you have a sense, given your organization, the level of enthusiasm and potential participation by Abacha?
Yes, we are very passionate about young people, the issues that they are facing, even the psychological defeat that the young people are going through because of the things that they're experiencing in our society. One of the biggest things that we've done as an organization is not only to restore the confidence, to restore African identity, but also to conscientize young people that though we are not a political party, politics affects us in all directions. And that is why voter education was one of our important points in the organization. And 2019, as an organization, we worked with IEC in order to spread the message that is important for young people to appear to the polls so that they begin to understand that the biggest way or one of the tools to bring change is to actually cast your vote. And that is why we are excited even about the 2021 local elections, and we don't want them to be postponed. We are not disregarding the right to life, but we are saying, upon the excitement that we have brought for young people with the hashtag that says all youth to the polls, we have seen that young people have been on the streets protesting. They've used their energy throwing stones on the streets because of the social ills that they are going through, of which is one of the biggest pandemic of the right to life. They have endangered their lives to ensure that they are pushing for service delivery. So we are saying for us to mitigate the right to life while upholding democratic right, we are saying these elections should not be postponed, and we are encouraging young people to go to the polls in numbers so that they begin to cast their vote, so that they have the change that they want, and that they preserve their lives so that in the coming months, they don't find themselves in the streets again during the pandemic trying to fight for service delivery.
Thank you. I can see where you are on your slides. You still have a few more minutes. I think we'll be able to go up to 11:15 if you have to make submissions. I'm all ears and I'm interested and I'm listening.
I'm at a point where I want us to look at the lessons we can get from other countries. As at the start of the pandemic, many countries actually postponed elections from June 2020. The trend then shifted to holding elections thanks to information sharing from other peers. We then gained understanding of the risks, and we started looking at the mitigation measures and preventative measures. To date, more than 100 countries and territories have held national or subnational elections that were either scheduled or initially postponed with health and safety measures. But what measures have we been introduced so far to? And what lessons did we get? And what did we do about those lessons as the country? We find the answer to this question using two references. Firstly, the fact that other countries adhered to strict COVID-19 regulations, one of the first steps that institutions took to limit infection risk, often in collaboration with health ministries, of which we've already indicated Justice that the health minister will come and give us more stats even on vaccination. But we also got guidelines typically focused on the voting operations or the entire electoral cycle. But also secondly, we also got the lessons from 2020-2021 by-elections, of which I've already highlighted. IEC proved its readiness by ensuring that by-elections during COVID were successfully held. And I know there's an argument that that was before level 4, and which is something we should then all consider. But we can also not turn a blind eye to the fact that in some countries, the voter turnout was very poor for many reasons, with a highlight of the fear from the voters of contracting the disease or the virus itself. So we can also not turn a blind eye to the fact that in some countries, the voter turnout was poor. So how can we then mitigate this issue? Or what are we recommending as Abacha for change? We are saying that voter education must go hand in hand with health education to reduce the fear that voters have. Vaccination rollout speed should increase, and I think this is the conversation you also had with One South Africa, looking at the community immunization. Will we have community immunization by February? We will not have community immunization, but also how do we ensure that we get this community immunization? Is vaccination only the only solution, and can we only outsource it externally? I think as an organization that also focuses on African identity, we cannot turn a blind eye that we can also explore indigenous health options that we used even when we had level 5, level 4, up to level 1. We saw that things like umhlonyana and indigenous medication were actually one of the ways to prevent. And I think we should not shy away from these things and be so obsessed about the Western pharmaceutical healing methods. But also, IEC should open special voting. I think this one we already touched. For all those who fear contraction, they will then apply for special voting. I want to go straight to recommendations for free and fair elections. Justice, I think it is important to highlight that local elections are about community activism and less about political parties. The miseducation from our young age that we have been fed with to make us automatically think political parties as soon as the word election is mentioned must actually come to an end. Every community normally has that individual or that person that we normally go to when we're experiencing problems. For example, you will find Umzali from the township. When the child cannot find the school, they know exactly where to go to. That particular person will help them so that they place the child to school. Now, the misunderstanding and the disorder there is that every time a community member has a problem, they go to an individual, not to a political party. But when we go and vote, we vote for a political party and not an individual. And this is what local elections is addressing. It is saying it is all about community activism. So when we speak of free elections, we agree that conditions must have access to we agree that candidates must have access to their voters for information sharing. But we also argue that information sharing can be done in various innovative ways, including door-to-door. The notion that door-to-door is impossible may be arguable because even under the regulations that we are in, we are not stopped from visiting each other. So the fact that we want to contest elections under the banner of political parties is what is frustrating political parties, because they are trying to sell the entire banner of a political party instead of selling a candidate that actually must have been active for quite some time in the community. The argument of also having difficulty to campaign because of public meeting is also not sufficient for two reasons. Firstly, we were between level 1 and level 3 for quite some time now, and the parties had enough time to elect their candidates using their internal processes and to hold public meetings. We even saw some parties having public rallies and protests during those levels. So they could have used that time to do their internal processes. Like we said above, this tight situation that we are in will give us real, free and fair elections, because it will reduce populism, which creates illusion, which creates propaganda and deceives decision making, and instead increase content sharing for an informed decision, which is the true purpose of what elections is all about. Because local elections has nothing to do with propaganda and popularism. It is about content and it is about service delivery. Fairness should be applicable both to candidates and to voters, just like freeness. And the question then is it fair to the voter to postpone elections when ongoing corruption in municipalities proven by the Auditor General is ongoing? Is it fair to the voter to postpone elections when they sleep hungry, yet food parcels are passing their doors and COVID-19 relief funds get looted? Is it fair to the voter to die with fear of COVID-19, yet they already survived the pandemic of poverty through hope and resilience? The most fair thing is not just to say elections should be postponed in consideration of the poor because they suffer the most during this pandemic, but to offer the meaningful health protocols to allow them to go and vote for change so that their problems can be sorted. These elections will be the most fair and free elections because they have revealed the kind of leadership we have, and now that we allow us to judge them through voting. But fairness also requires IEC to bring their offices to townships so that we can do walk-ins for voter registrations and not just rely on a one weekend. Because to be honest, Justice, we've tried and tested the process if we can vote at the IEC offices. And we had to drive 20k away for us to go and register to vote. And one weekend for us to get all young people to register to vote is not enough. To get young people to register to vote, we must first ignite the passion, the understanding, the consciousness for us to get them to actually go and vote. So we are challenging IEC to bring their offices to townships so that we are able to hold hands with our fellow peers to actually go and register to vote. Well, but IEC must also continue to partner with civic organizations like they did with us, Abacha Force of Change in 2019, to increase voter education, but also to make more use of social media platforms, because they are not there on social media platforms where young people actually are. IEC must partner also with Department of Education to do voter education as a curriculum, but further allow voter registration to also take place in schools and higher institutions, because that is where all young people are. We've been engaging IEC on this. Bring voter registration even to higher institutions, and we're still trying to persuade them on that one. Also, fairness will be hiring new, fresh, young presiding officers and not recycling the old officers loyal to parties whom under their watch we had unfair elections due to rigging of votes and dysfunctional machines that made people vote twice. So that is why we are saying actually these conditions will give us the most free and fair elections because we actually argue that in fact even before, free and fair was questionable to us. Unfairness is when parties argue to hold on to power when their term is over. This is like saying, you have employed me for 5 years, and now I'm trying to persuade you as my employer to say, no, please give me more years, and you're not even persuading me in the right platform. You are imposing to me that give me more years because you are unsafe. That's not fair. Fairness is when parties together with citizens and all stakeholders combine heads in seeking for a best way to have these local elections as scheduled for 27th of October, or even no later than the end of 2021. So we can even engage these things further, but not later than December. IEC keeps declaring that they're ready because they have prepared anyway under these tough conditions. And that to us as young people is true leadership, which our government and other parties should have done to prepare under tough conditions. The third wave was predicted last year already, and vaccination rollout delayed. But whether or not there is a sound reason for that, alternatives should have been put to place, and chances are we even do have, like I said, solutions here in Africa, and we are just blocked by our obsession to receive vaccinations from the outside world. The Constitution indeed does not stipulate how campaigning should look like, but the Electoral Act that speaks to behavior has for many years not been followed. Hence, we maintain that fairness will display itself under these conditions, because people will not be canvassed as they walk into stations and end up making impulsive instead of informed decisions. The style of political parties to be at the gate of VDs singing and insulting others is not just unfair on its own, which has been happening. It is something we have been highlighting to IEC also, but it also makes voters feel intimidated and therefore end up not voting freely. So did we have free elections before? Will we have free elections now under these conditions? And we argue that freeness will be better even this time. We are also happy that the IEC said it make voters' roll available for inspection. This is exciting to our ears because, again, it has been unfair that people who are deceased are still in the voters' roll. So we are one of those organizations who will be doing inspection to those voters' roll.
I'm sorry, I have to. It has been fascinating listening to you. You have run past 11:15. As you know, there are people coming after you. I would like to move you to your closing submissions. And yes. I'm sure that the IEC is listening to every word that you are saying, because it's a public platform, as you know. But many people in the nation are listening to you as you speak now. I would like you to get to your final recommendations. I know you are there because I've got the slide before me. But I would like you to get to your closing remarks. Of course, there are implications from some of the things that you've said, budgetary implications. And of course, money is there to make things possible, to serve the nation. But there are quite vast implications. And we're going to have to carefully weigh everything that you've said in order to decide whether or not it is a big decision to postpone elections at any one time. But clearly you have been listening in the last few days, and your submissions are drawing from a variety of submissions, which I really, truly appreciate. Shall we hear your closing remarks?
My closing remarks is that postponing elections is denying us democracy. We can do both. We can give right to life, and we can uphold our democratic right at the same time. We want to declare that while we are engaging in this matter, we should question whether those submitting for elections to be postponed are advocating for a political stance or advocating for the health and the life and the right to life of their voters. But I want to give also to my colleague, Duduzile Dlamini, to give food for thought as we close our remarks as Abacha Force of Change.
Siyabonga Mame, thank you ever so much. Mr. Duduzile Dlamini, are you there? Would you like to make concluding remarks? I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself, Ms.
Yes, I just did that. I just unmuted myself. Okay. All right. So let me just quickly go to our slides. And then I'll be able to give the presentation.
Yes. These wonderful slides are not numbered, so you're going to have to lead me to the top of the topic.
All right. I will do just that.
A lot of paper, so they like numbering, so they go straight to where they have to go to. Your colleague took us right up to recommendations for free and fair elections.
So we have to go to
food for thought.
Yeah, so that is slide number 20, Prof. I mean, I'm so used to professors. Okay, food for thought. This is where we are. Okay, so essentially what we are saying is that elections should happen in October this year. These are some of the things that we really need to think about, right?
Yes.
So the other question that young people are asking is this a political ploy for the elections not to happen? So we're asking the real questions to say, are politicians honest when they say postponement is for health reasons and safety measures, yet they hold rallies with a lot of people? So we've seen this happening throughout. So these are some of the things that we are arguing to say, is it one-sided in terms of having a number of people? And if we do it responsibly, then we are able to have people that are going to be coming into the voting stations. So we're first questioning politicians to say, is this accurate that we cannot have, can we postpone the elections because of the number of people that will be coming, versus the politicians having rallies, right? And also we're thinking about the issues of 4IR, the fourth industrial revolution. So given that the whole world is moving fast into technology and we are heading to fourth industrial revolution, are we not supposed to get electronic voting, which is also something that we need to have a strong conversation about? Of course, we understand that there is a digital divide. There are people that are able to access technology or internet, and there are people who cannot. So for those who have, do we then say, do we go to the electronic voting system? And for those who do not have, how do we then mitigate their needs to also be to form part of the fourth 4IR? And then we also say, is it true that the IEC is ready for electronic voting? And if yes, what could be the stumbling block to implement this? So there's been conversations around electronic voting system that would take place in our country. These conversations have not materialized. We're coming into the implementation stage of it. So we're also asking to say, how far is the IEC when it comes to electronic voting? And what are some of the issues that are what are some of the stumbling blocks that are there to ensure that this does not happen? So you're also questioning those things as well. And then we also speak about corruption, right? To say already there is corruption that is taking place in the country, i.e. the COVID relief fund, COVID Solidarity Fund, the food parcels, the vaccine as well. We've seen a number of our leaders being implicated for corruption in all of these things. So if it's national, you can only imagine what is happening on the grassroots level, where young people still do not have jobs, still do not have food to eat. And therefore, that's why we're so eager to say we want to vote this time around, because we want to make change, social, political, and economic change. And that can take place if we are actually going into the voting stations. So does the postponement of the elections, does it not rather condone this corruption to go on? Because what we're then saying is, if we're not voting, this will still be ongoing. Are we comfortable with that? Definitely not as young people. So that's why we're saying voting is so important to us, and we are ready to actually go to the ballot paper and cast our vote, because we are sick and tired of this corruption that is taking place, and delaying these elections means that we are not going to be assisted with all these social ills that are taking place. So these are some of the things that we need to think about as a nation. We need to think about it also as the commission. We need to think about these things to say the 4IR political motivation of postponing these elections, and also the corruption that is taking place, how are we then going to mitigate that? Because already it is a pressing issue for us young people. And the only victory that we're waiting for is the elections. So having the elections will give us a sense of relief that we've casted our vote and we are confident in the political parties that we're going to be putting them in place when it comes to the local government election. I mean, I live in yes, for the candidate, definitely. I live in Soweto, and I can see when I wake up in the morning, when I go out, there's still people outside chilling in the streets, no electricity. People don't have jobs. People don't have food. All of these social ills are speaking into the corruption. So also just in the grassroots level. So we're then saying, think about these things as a country, think about these things as a commission, and say, how do we then mitigate it? But for us, it is so important to have these elections.
It was wonderful, Mr. Amini. It was wonderful to hear that and to hear your closing remarks. And we will very carefully think about this. Of course, the IEC did not and could not have made the same considerations as politicians you're talking about, and whose honesty you are doubting. This is a genuine attempt to have this discussion that we're having, this very conversation, and to talk about our democracy. And we've heard the valid points that you make. For instance, about accountability, local government accountability. We've heard the points you make about modernizing our processes so that we don't fall victim, for instance, of COVID or any other pandemic in the future. And I followed quite clearly deep concerns about right to life and dignity being absent even within the context of malfunctioning local government. I've heard the points. They've been very well made, and they certainly will get into the consideration. The IEC was obviously prompted by the fact that so many there's a debate. Part of the nation says postpone, another part says, please go ahead. And you are that part, and I've heard that carefully, and you'll see some of your views come through in the report that I am obliged to write as advice on the way forward. Ngiyabonga mami, bonga kakhulu, and you take care, and very inspirational. Yes, of course, we have to always remain, understand, and protect our Africanity. You're quite right, Ms. Mongo, and Ms. Solo, and we've had all of those points. You'll hear in due course. It's not too long. In 3 weeks' time, I'll write a report, and it will be out there, and you'll be able to read it and say, yes, Lubaba, I will tell you, manje, or we agree or we don't agree. Okay, but thanks for coming out, and bye-bye.
No, thank you so much for the platform. Young people always appreciate being granted a platform. We hardly get it, as you would know.
Thank you so much.
So on our schedule, I can see that our next participants are here already, right? Right. Mr. Beecham, good morning to you.
Good morning, Justice Moseneke.
Yes, good morning. You're most welcome. Firstly, let me start by saying thank you ever so much for agreeing to make submissions before us. We're searching for answers. They're not always plain. We don't always know, at least I don't always know what the answer is. And it's so helpful to read what other people, the views they take and what they say to you as they emphasize their positions. And therefore, Action SAA is welcome and the interaction will be available, I have no doubt. I'm not going to go ahead and define the issue. One, I have read your written submissions. And two, it is clear from it that you do, I don't have to frame the issues because you understand them pretty well from your submissions. Shall I sit back and listen to you as you go ahead? But again, welcome.
By all means, Justice Moseneke, and thank you very much. And I think let us start by making the very most important submission, and that is that, you know, I don't think Action SA can profess to know all the answers either. This is a very complex environment. We certainly sympathize with the IEC. They have a very complex challenge ahead of them. And obviously, as political parties, we see ourselves as playing a role in this environment and assisting however we can. But we certainly do welcome this process. Thank you very much, Justice Moseneke. And I think even especially when you consider how much has changed since the written submission and this oral submission, that alone makes it something for which we are very grateful to have this opportunity. So thank you very much. Justice Moseneke, let us start with the very important acknowledgement, which I think must underpin everything we do here. And that is that, you know, the tragedy that has befallen South Africans and their families and their livelihoods is particularly serious, and the suffering has been profound. A lot of people have had to bury loved ones, especially of late in this third wave. And this pandemic has touched people very close to their lives, especially lately. It is important that we make this acknowledgement because the preservation of life is a massively important principle that must remain at the heart of everything that we do in this process. But there's also another very important principle, and I suppose this is the difficult task before you, Justice Moseneke, and that is the deference that must be paid to regular, free and fair elections. I think it would be an understatement to say that South Africa has a profound problem of corruption and failed service delivery, that problem is exacerbated at a local government level, where there has been numerous findings, most recently by the Auditor General, by the State Capture Commission of Inquiry, that have demonstrated local government failure that has impacted the lives of the residents of municipalities across the length and breadth of South Africa. And I think all of this can really be brought to an understanding that South Africa has an accountability problem in its politics, and that for many voters, the only mechanism they have to exercise that accountability that the Chapter 1 of our Constitution guarantees them is their vote. And for many of our South African people, they experience this dynamic where politicians seek their support every 5 years, and then after the elections, they disappear. And really, for so many people, the elections is the time when politicians have to come and reapply for their jobs. And this is why Action SA maintains that alongside the recognition of the safety of South Africans being paramount, so too is the need for regular elections so that South Africans can have their say in who leads their municipalities. This is why we advance that delaying these elections can only be an absolute last resort, and that we believe that that is a particularly important constitutional principle that we should carry throughout these proceedings. Justice Moseneke, let us also put it on the table that we regard there to be two distinctions in our submission. There's obviously the things that form outside of the scope of control of the IEC, of political parties, of generally this process, and that is levels of infections that take place in our country. I think we can all recognize that when levels of infections rise beyond a certain point, which is a scientifically defined principle, that is something that the IEC as a Chapter 9 institution cannot control. Having said that, I think it is very important to recognize there is a second category, and that is the matters that fall within the control of the IEC. And this obviously speaks to what actions they take in the period running up to the elections. I think it is also necessary, Justice Moseneke, to draw two further distinctions. The one is in relation to what we mean by fair elections. And by fair elections, what we take it to mean, and obviously defer to your superior knowledge of the Constitution, is that it is about political contestation taking place in such a manner that political parties or independent candidates can contest and have a contestation of ideas and a freedom of speech that can inform voters as to their choices that they make on the election itself. And this is obviously a hugely important point. The second distinction is that of free elections. And here, Justice Moseneke, we take that to mean voters' ability to exercise their democratic right to vote should they wish to do so, which is a very important principle. And if you would entertain, I'd like to unpack these two principles a little bit, because we obviously believe this to be the essence of what we are here to discuss. In terms of fair elections, there's obviously has to be an appreciation that when we sent through our submission, we were on a different lockdown level. At the time, political gatherings were allowed, and now they are not. And obviously, we would advance that, should level 4 and 5 lockdown proceed into the future, the contestation around elections would be very difficult for political parties to engage, because the reality is, and this is a matter of fact as I understand it, many South Africans, even in an urban environment, much more so than much less than a rural environment, depend on direct voter contact for their political information, rather than the media or social media per se. But in other words, were the idea to be that the lockdown levels would be lowered going forward, which I think would be a commonly held view as soon as this wave of infections is over, it is Action SA's view that the argument made by a number of political parties that this would make campaigning different and we can't hold large rallies, etc. We view that argument with a degree of cynicism, Justice Moseneke. And our cynicism is born of the fact that there is no organization in this world, in my view, private companies, public companies, NGOs, charities, political parties, even family units, who have not had to make major adjustments to the way they go about their business arising from this pandemic. That is a worldwide phenomenon, and it is not unique to South Africa. And there is a pattern of behavior where political parties tend to advance that they deserve special treatment, which we find problematic. If the nature of lockdown is such that large rallies are converted to smaller rallies and gatherings, so be it. And we advance that political parties, like every other organization on the planet, need to make those adjustments. And if instead of doing one large rally in a week, they have to start doing many smaller gatherings that add up to that number, then so be it. Those are the kind of changes that people need to make under these environments. And we don't believe political parties should be held different to everybody else in that particular regard.
Well, Mr. Beaumont, this morning somebody made a submission that stayed with me a bit, that whatever political parties do, they in fact are campaigning as they speak, as they criticize their opponents, as they make their views known every single time, every single day. And that should be true from the day after the elections to the day to the next elections. Does that make sense to you at all? I mean, I wonder what comment can I extract from you from that? I had this morning and it got me sit up.
Yeah, look, Justice Moseneke, I would wholeheartedly agree. I think political parties are always in a state of campaign, whether there's a formal election or not. And everything they do, as you say, whether it is engagements like this one or any others, political parties are representing themselves to the public and sharing their views on South Africa, its people, its government, and the challenges and solutions. So I would absolutely agree with that statement.
The sting, of course, of that submission is the following, is that, excuse me, you can't claim special treatment just a few months running up to elections. In other words, that you're entitled to do. And we're debating the freeness that submissions that you're making. Of course, you're entitled to have free activity, and it does help, it adds up to it. But it's not only then, the argument says, is that you have it all the time, or should be conscious of the fact that you have that obligation all the time to position yourself, to take views and attitudes that would help future voters to know who you are or who you are likely to be. So the sting is that you can't overly complain that you can't make your name in the last 3 months or last 2 months. You've got to make it over 5 years.
Well, absolutely. And I think, Justice Moseneke, one of the other key considerations, which I would always defer to your knowledge on, but whenever electoral matters are discussed from a fairness point of view, the argument is always put across as in what advantage or disadvantage, or prejudice for that matter, has one political party experienced that others have not. And I think the environment is consistent for all political parties. And if the environment necessitates a change, that you can't have rallies that fill stadia like you did before, and you need to convert political activity to physical gatherings of 100 people or less at a time, were we to be back down to stage 3, that would be a perfectly acceptable adjustment that political parties would have to make, just like every other organization has.
But before you move off that point, what should we make of the digital divide and the fact that middle-class people would be readily resourced to do what you and I are doing now and have a digital conversation, and less so those who actually have access to digital goods, if you like. Does that make it any more unfair for any particular party?
Well, no, I think, Justice Moseneke, there has to be an appreciation that in any election campaign, there are a plethora of mechanisms through which you would access voters. And that's not a dynamic in 2021. That's been a dynamic in every general election or by-election around the world. The point is that there is no doubt that in a COVID-19 environment, in a post-COVID-19 environment even, there will be dynamics at play in terms of how you access different markets of people. And there's no question that, higher and middle income communities are far more readily able to access digital communication, with the cost of data being prohibitive in South Africa and the like. But at the end of the day, that remains one mechanism through which you can engage with people. And there are many, many more mechanisms through which you can engage with people.
Would Action SA support the proposal just made by some young people who have just come off before you, that there should be a dedicated channel for the run-up to the elections where time will be divvied out to parties and people could go to that dedicated channel, almost like the parliamentary channel, and people will go there and go and hear what parties have to say? Does that make sense? Will that help?
It does make sense in principle, Justice Moseneke, but obviously there would be enormous questions one would ask about who would run such a channel, what regulations would bind them. And I would flag one particular matter to you, which I hadn't intended on flagging, Justice Moseneke, but it is a matter that we feel particularly aggrieved by in the subject of free and fair elections. And that is that the method by which such things are allocated in our country, including the public funding that is given to political parties across the board, is divvied up on the basis of what representation political parties have in Parliament, which we found to be profoundly not just unfair, but it's just nonsensical. If you think that we are allocating money today to political parties based on their share of the vote in 2019, and you consider all the things that have changed in the last 2 years, when you consider the manner in which the political landscape has changed, and some parties have gotten weaker and others have gotten stronger, new parties have emerged, the incumbency model of allocating opportunity is highly problematic because it maintains a status quo. And Justice Moseneke, it would be our submission, not purely out of self-interest, I must be frank, but out of just logic, that South Africans are not a fan of the status quo. Status quo is not working for South Africa. And if you look at electoral patterns changing over time, I think South Africans are speaking more and more about the fact that they are not a fan of the status quo of our political system.
Yes, thank you for the responses there. You may want to proceed with the balance of your submissions.
Thank you, Justice Moseneke. If I can turn my attention then to the subject of free elections, and I defined free elections earlier, rightly or wrongly, but from our perspective, certainly, about the extent to which the people of South Africa feel that they can exercise their democratic right to vote, and they can do so in a manner where, their only consideration is whether they want to vote or not whether or not they can exercise their vote without being infected by this pandemic, by this virus. So this obviously speaks to the point of voter confidence. Now, obviously, as I said earlier, there's matters that you cannot regard to be within the ambit of control of the IEC or any individual for that matter, because the nature of levels of infections are not singularly in their control. Having said that, I did say to you earlier there was a point that we needed to circle back to, and that is the matters that fall within the ambit of control of the electoral process that is determined by the IEC. Here, Justice Moseneke, Action SA is very concerned about what has not happened rather than what has happened, and that we would advance to you that this entire process leading to the 2021 local government elections has seen the IEC not play the leadership role that I believe was envisioned by a Chapter 9 institution in charge of running free and fair elections, but rather being led by both political parties and even this discussion in terms of what it would take to run free and fair elections. Our submission is that the IEC, as the competent body in our constitution, has the role of bringing forward debate as to how they are going to run these elections. But the reality is that information has not been forthcoming. And as long as that information is not forthcoming, the truth is that South Africans cannot feel confident to vote. In other words, voter confidence is directly proportional to the measures taken and communicated by the IEC that would lend confidence to a voter believing that they could vote. Now, were it not that I'm a member of the National Party Liaison Committee of the IEC and that I've had access to the documentation that they propose in respect of how they plan to run these elections, I would not be in a position to know these things. And I am someone who is obviously deeply invested in the political system of our country. How the ordinary person is expected to know these things and therefore be confident to vote is what we believe to be very problematic at this stage. And if you look at this process today, Justice Moseneke, we had a debate being led by political parties on the subject, which we obviously believe to be deeply concerning because political parties have a vested interest. They speak solely on self-interest. And I wouldn't, necessarily regard myself to be immune to that, but I'm open enough to say it. This is why an electoral commission was envisioned in our constitution, so that when moments like this would come, however unimaginable it was, that the IEC would be the ones leading the discussion, saying, this is what we're going to do, and communicating it with sufficient volume that South Africans would be able to gain a perspective on whether or not they could turn out to vote. Justice Moseneke, sorry.
Again, the law allows them to have somebody second guess their assessment whether or not the elections are likely to be free and fair. And then they resort to that facility. The provision really says you could commission a report to tell you whether the elections coming are likely to be free and fair. So that would include, of course, the party liaison committee having such different views. Now you go to our website, you'll see the contestation is real. And they thought it prudent that they should have the conversation go on within the country. Isn't that fair? And they lead and say, we are ready, but there's a lot of noise out there. And we want this, and there is the pandemic. And we want something gas this and start a process that would hear the country and then advise us on the way forward. Isn't that fair?
Justice Moseneke, I take a different view, and I hope you will indulge me just for a moment in the way I describe it, is that a process to determine how free or fair an election can be is in part a measurement of the success of the actions taken by the IEC to date. Because were it to be found, for example, that voters in South Africa have a very low confidence that they can go out and vote safely in a pandemic environment, then you would have to say the elections cannot be free. But my submission to you is that that is purely partly at least, and largely a function of the extent to which the IEC is taking measures that will allow South Africans to feel safe and communicating those measures in sufficient volume that they are aware of them. Now, currently, Justice Moseneke, this process is being run to determine how free an election could be. And in my view, there has not been this process of, deciding what measures would constitute a best practice in South Africa and a communication of those measures in sufficient volume that when the freeness of this election is being measured in this particular Section 14.4 process, that it could take that into consideration. So in my mind, there is an extent to which the inaction by the IEC in this particular role of leadership that was envisioned by them, is generating a result which will, is self-fulfilling, if you can put it this way. And I obviously recognize the importance of debate and this process. And please allow me not to suggest for a moment that my sentiments are to suggest that this process is not critical. It is critical, and I recognize that. But I think the role of the IEC envisioned in our constitution was to play a leading role in the discussion around electoral preparations rather than being led by political parties and this process. And Justice Moseneke, the one point that I feel compelled to continue pointing out is that there were 75 general elections around the world by my calculations last year. And in there, no doubt, there were very bad examples as to how to run elections, and there were very good examples. I'm not an electoral expert, and while I may have certain ideas, I think the point was it is the IEC's responsibility to analyze those and produce a best case kind of scenario for what would constitute the gold standard of running free, fair, and safe elections in a South African context, and to bring that to the table. The reality is we found ourselves at the table having discussions about this in the absence of such a process. And that is where we are particularly concerned. May I proceed, Justice Moseneke?
You've made submissions, I hear them, and you're entitled to make them. And,
sure.
Thank you.
Justice Moseneke, if I may suggest to you, and I think, in this particular regard, this is a point we have requested in our submission, and I make it to you today because I think it's a very important, potentially a unique standpoint, is that we are very concerned that there is an extent to which the outcome of any assessment as to how free and fair an election can be will, at least in part, be a function of what steps the IEC have or have not taken. Our concern is that, as it stands right now, voter confidence in terms of people's ability to vote is very low. But having said that, we should be dealing with an environment where these things are being measured. We should be able to look at market research, which is readily available in South Africa. There are many very credible companies that could talk to these things, that could poll voters to determine what measures would make them feel more comfortable to vote, and to actually, workshop and focus group these measures in such a manner that we can ensure that the steps being taken do lend themselves to voter confidence. So one thing Action SA does want to put on the table is that although we are deeply concerned that at the end of June, these measures have not been communicated to date, we do believe that there is still sufficient time. With just under 4 months to go to the election date that has been announced of the 27th of October, we do believe there is still adequate time for the IEC to identify a best practice model and to communicate that to the people of South Africa with sufficient volume that they may feel confident to exercise their democratic vote and not feel that they're having to choose between doing so and remaining healthy, which we believe to be a critical point. So we have asked in our submission, Justice Moseneke, that the terms of reference that this process is working off, in terms of item 6.6 in that document, allows this particular process to add to its own terms of reference. And it is actually a submission that this process, this is our respectful view, that this process should consider adding to its own terms of reference in terms of insights as to whether or not the IEC has fulfilled its obligations in this regard to date as a Chapter 9 institution, and measures that need to be taken going forward to ensure that they do.
Mr. Beaumont, you've got 5 minutes in which hopefully you would wrap up. But the submission suggests that this process is a precursor to postponement. How does one justify that?
Yeah, please allow me to clarify that, because if that was what came across in our submission, it certainly wasn't our intention. In other words, we don't for one moment suggest, Justice Moseneke, that this process or your leadership thereof is of a predetermined nature. Our suggestion is that if the IEC has not done the things that it should have done to date to generate voter confidence, the outcome as to whether voters can be confident to vote has been determined by their inaction. And I hope that clarifies our point.
I may have misread that, but it came through to me as if you say that it is predetermined and is a precursor to a specific outcome. Now, of course, that would be difficult to understand if you think that many political parties have made vehement submissions that there should be no deferment of elections. Many others have made submissions that there should be a deferment of elections. So there is a definite contestation within our country around whether we ought to elevate the right to life and bodily integrity against the democratic project, which you plainly favor. But isn't it so that we are really obliged to give a fair evaluation assessment of both? We know of elections that have called people out and people have died. And in fact, most of the elections came nearly a year after the initial inception of this pandemic, when everybody had come to understand better how to prevent. So there's no predetermined outcome, surely. Your submissions are as important as your other colleagues will be here before me. The DA will be here, the ANC will be here, the EFF will be here, they go on. UDM will be here, the Inkatha Freedom Party, etc., etc., etc. And they're going to put up their views. But there's no preset outcome, and it's a very honest and genuine attempt to balance out these competing interests in our country. And with rising mortality rates, with increasing lockdown provisions, there's something to be teased out there and to be resolved. What do you think?
Look, without question, and Justice Moseneke, it strikes me very clearly that there are a couple of things that I need to correct, and perhaps it's my fault in the manner in which I've represented those views. I do not see that the protection of human life and the protection of our democratic project is mutually exclusive. I see them as heavily interlinked. In fact, one can make the case very strongly that the management of the COVID-19 pandemic and the consequent loss of life and livelihoods can in part be understood to be how effective government has responded to this environment, which is even more important for why people must have the right to exercise their democratic voice. I don't see these issues as mutually exclusive. And if I have put it across that way, please allow me to correct that now. I think these are two imperatives that we have to balance. And I began, I think, by indicating how difficult that task must be, both for yourself and for the IEC. I think that's hugely important. If I may also just turn my attention to the subject.
Yes, we have literally 2 minutes to wrap it up, and there's somebody else who's making submissions immediately after you.
I understand, and I'll be very succinct in my final words, Justice Moseneke. And that is to say, when we talk about this outcome being predetermined, please allow me to clarify what I mean by that. It is not that we believe that this process is compromised in any manner. We have absolute confidence in your leadership and this process, for that matter. What we mean is that if this process begins prior to the IEC having conducted a public awareness campaign as to what measures it is taking to ensure people can vote safely, there is an extent to which this process must accept that the level of confidence that can exist among a South African voter to exercise their right will be low. And it has to then become a discussion about what measures must be taken between now and the 27th of October to ensure that South Africans who want to vote have every opportunity to do so without fear for their safety and their lives.
I understand the point. It's a vital point, and I happen to agree with it, that if we were to decide to go ahead, the people should be reassured that their lives are not at risk, their limbs are not at risk. And I agree with that point entirely. It's going to be a very important part. You would know that there were elections recently in Algeria, I talked about the other day, which were recalled because, I mean, the winning parties thought that the turnout was so low that they could hardly proudly say that it was a legitimate outcome. Even if it was free and fair, it was not legitimate because the turnout was miserably low, as people feared for their lives. But this was very, very helpful, and I want to assure you that we will certainly throw this into the balance as we hear out the rest of your colleagues in the political space and the science. I've been listening a lot to the science yesterday and the day before. All of those who put it together, because as you would have sensed, I do take seriously the prime right to life and how, and we can see how people are dying, jobs are smashed, and so on the one end, and on the other, we know that we need accountability. We know that we need fresh mandates and we need legitimacy. So all those things are there, we understand, but they're in contention. And we have to try and find a happy medium out of all this. Well, thanks for coming out and good luck.
Not at all. Thank you very much for your time, Justice Moseneke.
James to be on. Let me mute first. I think we're going to start. Shall we start? Five participants. This is presentation in in person. Oh, so we're not going live. Okay, that is fine. You done with computer? Yeah. So you can take this because I don't need this. I'll put my computer. Okay. So what did you do? He said he's going to contact me. I'm just waiting. Sure. You look at our schedule and see when. Yes. The edition might come just before 9. Yes. And then it will come just after 4. Or come if you want to. Okay. Is that okay? Perfect. Yeah. but it's in your hands. You can decide and slot it in.
Okay.
Onto the phone. Okay. So I can actually switch this off, right? You don't need this, or do you need it? Submission is in person. You see?
But even if he's in person, he can still stay logged into.
I see. Can I remain logged?
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
No problem.
And then you'll just unmute yourself anyway,
Yeah.
so that whoever is listening through the Zoom gets. Thank you.
Then just you're not going to do any presentation.
Come in.
Yeah, but this one is different. Muted sound as well. If it's as long as it doesn't touch it. Haven't tested it? Because it's just speaking into the. You want to know, please? I don't know. No, remember it's speaking into the microphone. Oh, nice. Because this is whatever it is. As long as we don't make too many changes.
So that if you said it's going to use that,
Dade. You're most welcome. Please have a seat. Thanks. I want to take this opportunity. The platform is going to be yours very shortly because it's a Joalori Ramamela. So you have only 30 minutes in which to do it, because there are ever so many South Africans who really would like to express themselves and have been expressing themselves both in writing in the past 2 weeks and orally in this week. Time frames being very, very short. So we appreciate the effort of being here before us. And what you say is being shared, of course, by the nation in a variety of platforms. So it's something, it's always a privilege to hear a leader come out and tell us what they think. And others will be coming tomorrow, others on Friday, Babua, about the same thing. we are not going to frame the issue. The issue is quite complicated in the sense that the pandemic has forced us to start thinking about the right to life, right to the limb, our bodies, right of access to good health care on the one side, and then political rights to advance our democratic project. So those two things are suddenly clashing. And the question then arises whether the elections coming in October, as said now, will be free and fair. And if they are not, whether they should be held at another time. Nobody knows the correct answer. I don't know the answer yet. And Kimametsi, and this is really why it is so important that you are here. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Justice Moseneke. I really appreciate the time that you have given us as one of the political parties. I know people are saying things are difficult, issues are difficult currently. For me, I have a different view. Things are very simple, Justice Moseneke. The environment that we are facing is not a normal environment. In this situation, what we need leadership. That's all that we need. I have been also hearing other people having their own input. And here is my input, simple. My input in this situation is we need scientific, we need medical professionals to lead us in this situation. And my appeal to you, Justice Moseneke, is you should not give weight to political parties because we are not specialists. What is more important for me is to save lives of our people in South Africa. I know there is debate about the constitution of the country, but I don't think the constitution is there to contribute for people to die. I think the constitution is there to protect our lives. That is more important for me. There's other issues of politics. I mean, we can't postpone life of people. Currently, hospitals are full. We don't have vaccines currently as we are speaking. So our view is we need to postpone the elections. The current issue is only protect people of South Africa. We need the lives of these people. We need young people to be alive, including the old people. For me, the issue is simple. South Africa, we like to consult Justice Moseneke. Sometimes, even where there's no need for consultation, because now we are consulting, people are dying. You need leadership. And that leadership will be guided by medical professionals, will be guided by people like you, Justice Moseneke. I mean, when you talk about the Constitution, to you, it's a daily bread. If you have we have medical professionals, there's no need for this consultation, in my view. Because what we need is leadership. Leadership is simple. Sometimes, Justice Moseneke, we don't need to go with majority in this scenario. Because majority can kill you. Majority can say, let's go for voting. But people are going to die. What are we going to say? We need common sense. In this case, I'm appealing to you, Justice Moseneke, to say, let us apply common sense. Because we know what is happening. I have been observing other countries now. You have Europe, the stadiums are full. But at least those people, they did receive a vaccine. Currently in South Africa, there are few people who got vaccine. I don't have vaccine, and other people. But also, when it comes to vaccine, Justice Moseneke, for me, vaccine should be across the board, old and young. We should not be selective to say, I want my kids to get vaccine before me. I can die. I don't want my kids to die. I want to save my kids' life. So for me, vaccine is more important. So I'm talking about narrow issues here, Justice Moseneke, because I don't want to be all over. The issue is currently the environment is medical professionals. They should lead us. You as the person who specialized in our constitution, I mean, you have been there. And what I like about the IEC, in this case, they have shown leadership because they have elected a person like you to lead the process. So although the only difference that I have is to call everybody, if you have given your own view on the constitution and medical professionals, because we don't have money in South Africa, Justice Moseneke. The same vaccine, we need money. When we have all these things that we are having now, consultation after consultation, sometimes I think, no, man, the leadership, they are managing us. We put there to lead us. But they want us now to say to them, this is how you should lead us. That is where I have a problem with leadership.
That Cloud, that I'm saying, of course, the nation is divided on this issue. There are those who, like you say, it's simple, let's listen to medical science and let's take a decision. But if you go to the political parties, and you can go to our website, their views are there. They're divided quite a lot. But if you go to our nation, we have, if you get to the same website, you'll find we have a lot of individual views, thousands and thousands of people who wrote and who's saying, some say that I'm saying, Sabau, Bambara that I'm saying, away. So that is why you are here, and that's why we have in the process. And we're going to ask you to show some patience because the nation is divided on the issue. If you hear the submissions that come before me or the one that came before you, there are some who really say, come hell or high water, we must have elections. And some who come and say, no, we mustn't because we want to save our lives. And so I'm mentioning these things to try and push you to ask whether there is a happy medium. Is there a sweet spot? Is there a middle point which I ought to consider?
The middle point, Chief Justice Moseneke, is simple. Is to save life of our people. That, for me, is the middle point. All those people who are saying we must go for elections, I don't know what kind of elections. When we can't even go and mobilize, engage our own people at grassroots level. I come from Kwagwa, in Moseneke. In Kwagwa, in some places, there are no cell phones. There are no radio stations, simple radio. People, they don't have access to radio. They don't have access to television, including newspapers. You don't have such a network. Radio about South Africa, the problem in radio network. Network is beyond the SABC example. It's more government and other stakeholders and so on and so on. But I know our people in rural areas at farms, they don't have what we are talking about, that no, the elections will be fair, because we are not going to be able to reach them. What is more important for me, Dr. Musaneke, to be honest, is life. Because we can go for elections, but what about lives of our people? And people who want to go for elections, I think most are political parties. I don't think the majority people, ordinary people, they want elections in this situation. These ones, they are hungry. They think that because they see maybe the ANC is having problems, they think they will take over. They should think about people. All of us, we want to take over. But what is important is the lives of our people. And a leader is someone who applies his own mind properly and save people, not someone who applies his mind because of hunger or because they want power. That is not leadership. I rather lose elections, but not lose lives of our people.
Some people have come before us here and said, because of poor service delivery, because of poor management, because of incompetent local governments, people are in any case suffering and some dying. Do you want to extend their term? That is the term of local governments which are incompetent. Some people have argued that. And some have said, you must have heard these arguments, but these are public debates. Some have said, look at the recent report of the Auditor General, which shows many dysfunctional municipalities. So, but if you respect life and the dignity of our people, then you have to remove those who are councillors. What do you say to that? I'm really putting to you arguments and debates that have come before me, because you are here to help me think. So I'm listening to this. So what do you think about that?
It doesn't make any sense, Justice Musaneke, because I don't even know whether when these people come on board, let's say they remove ANC, what are they going to do? Because in South Africa, even if you can put a new political party, they are not going to be able to do miracles. They are still going to struggle because we don't have leadership. All these issues, even at the municipalities, is all about the leadership. What kind of people that we are putting to lead our people? Because in my experience, I have seen that, to be honest, in South Africa, we don't have leaders. In all these municipalities, the problem is not the workers who are working in there, whether they don't have expertise or skills. The issue is leadership. If we have someone who can lead the country, I think everything will be okay. But you can't say, because there are no services, but people are not dying. Yeah, let's agree that the services are not there, but currently people are not dying because of those services. People are dying because of COVID-19. The hospitals are full because of COVID-19. So those are two different issues that you can't even compare. That is my own view on this matter.
Oh yeah, no, the view is valuable. I mean, I have to get thinkers on the issue to help me get to the right outcome. Some of the medical evidence that was here before me said, if we vaccinated most of the people, if we got what we call community immunity, sometimes maybe it's a herd immunity. You know, if you immunize then the issue concerned about it will be resolved, in the sense that when you see people fill up Wimbledon Stadium, is because, not because there may not be infections, but because the death rate has dropped substantially. So that is why they can afford to do what they're doing now in Europe. But the infections are going on, except that hospitals don't fill up and people don't die. So from that reasoning, then some people say, well, Why don't we wait to a level where vaccination amounts to community immunity? What do you say to that?
I agree, Dr. Msanek. I agree with that view.
Yeah, relate until we have sufficient levels of vaccination.
Yes.
Not over that. Now, with some time rushes quite a bit, but I would like to invite you to make your closing remarks. In conclusion, what points do you want to make? Because your purpose is to persuade me or what outcome I should really produce for the nation. What is your concluding position?
When I conclude, Justice Musaneke, I'm going to repeat myself because I'm saying I'm going to be narrow.
Yes.
We need to focus on the lives of our people. We need to make sure that we don't argue about the 90 days that we are talking about the Constitution, because the Constitution is not there to kill people. The Constitution is there to protect people. And also, the Constitution is written by us. We can change it. We can go to the court and ask the court. I don't know whether it's the proper. It will be proper to do that, but you know, you are there. You know the process, how to advise the country, how to handle the issues. But I believe that if we need to change the Constitution because of the environment that we are facing, we must change the Constitution, because the Constitution is written by us. We are in control of the Constitution, but we are not in control when it comes to lives of our people, because people can die anytime. They are dying today, they will die tomorrow, but we need to protect. And also, Dr. Musaneke, I think what is more important that I need you to emphasize when you conclude your report, you must tell our leaders that they must lead us, because every time is consultation, is all these sorts of things. When you have leaders to lead us, now you are asking your questions. Why these people are leading us when they can't take decisions? When you have given them an opportunity to lead, they will tell you about democracy. But sometimes I think we miss a point that even where you must take a decision, you must go and consult first before you take decisions. And the situation that you are facing, as in the Musaneke now, we have different views. Because of what? Because everybody wants to have a say. To say we need elections, others, we don't need elections. So, and people who want elections now, to be honest, I don't know what is what they base their research on. You know, I'm a reality person. I can hear people doing this research, whatever. Now, my research is what is happening now. Currently, what I see, what I have seen people dying, attending their funerals, and also attending some of people that I know that they are sick because of COVID currently as we are speaking. That is my research. There's no research that is better than what I have seen or I have observed in the Musaneke. But in you, I believe that you lead us at the right direction, but don't listen to political parties. How do you listen to Saudi or Ramaphosa or whoever? We are not specialists on those, or Malema. We are not specialists. We are human beings. We must be led by the medical professionals. We must lead by people who specialize in the Constitution, like yourself. You have been there, and you have been a politician, Dr. Musaneke. It's a fact.
A freedom fighter.
Yes, you fought for this.
Not a politician, freedom fighter.
Oh, you don't like that one. No, look at that. I'm saying, yes, a freedom fighter. So you all understand all this environment. So for me, to be honest, I'm very narrow. We need leadership, and leadership is we can't go and kill our people and vote during this time. And we are not even able to go to talk to our own people. Even when I'm at home, it's difficult to go and talk to community that I know I must go and mobilize them. How am I going to do it when I know people are dying because of COVID? I know some of people, they are doing that. They are using media platforms, social media. It is not enough, that I'm saying. because the majority, they don't have access to that platform. So it is not enough.
Yes, your time and your views are valuable, and they'll certainly get into the thinking process. And I know you say it's simple. I find it difficult, but we're going to, and we appreciate country men and women coming out and telling us.
Maybe I'm too autocratic. That is what we need in this situation.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
Okay.
A piece of paper here. Oh, correct, yeah. Sure, thanks. Fatima? So the afternoon is open. That's it for the day. Yes, go ahead.
Judge, there's a party that just formed now to say they actually do want to take up their slot, and that's the Land Party South Africa. So we'll have one more session in the afternoon after lunch.
What time is that?
That's at 3 o'clock, Judge.
At 3 o'clock. That gives us a bit of a breather, right?
Yes.
has a different pattern from the deaths now. That's where we want to get to. But yeah, that's the answer. So that's where we would likely to be, all things being equal. The big change would be the vaccination program. And as I will say later, there will be the conclusion.
So it was really a green
level looks off. Free State importing lines under which the hospitals to or locality or township is a truer reflection. This is probably as good as you can get to our conclusion because
to organize, manage.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to
what measures do the medical, as you know, ISA is evidence that
on the balance of everything else.
Nonetheless, to say we have a
reconcile the two.
Hello.
and
See him again? Yeah. Land Party, good afternoon. I see nobody here. Is anybody here? 6 participants, so there are people here. They're waiting to be invited, right?
Charge, but I can't hear the charge. Oh, you need to unmute.
Oh, yeah.
Unmute.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm asking to unmute.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Chief, Deputy Chief Justice.
Yes, welcome. I would like to say a special welcome to Land Party. And we are ready to listen to your submissions.
Yes.
I have a written note from Chief Leader Gobani Zonga.
Yes.
And I'm more than happy to sit back and listen to submissions. You know the issues, they've been defined many times. So I'm going to sit and enjoy the ride.
The volume is low. The volume is low, Deputy Chief Justice. I can't hear you clearly.
Yeah, my volume is at 100%. Shall I speak louder? Is it any better now?
I think much better. Can you try a little bit?
Can't go higher than that. I'm screaming.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Now, can you check your volume? Because that's important.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're quite clear.
Oh, that's good.
Please welcome. Can introduce the parties you are with, and we should get going.
Come again, Deputy Chief Justice?
I say you may introduce the people you are with, and then we would sit back and listen to your submissions.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Chief Justice, former Deputy Chief Justice, Mr. Tobani Nzongana, the Chief Leader of the Land Party.
Yes.
I'm not with many people. I'm here as a leader of the organization, trying to make our submission. So it will be only myself that will do the oral submission, nobody else.
That is perfect. Please go ahead. You have 30 minutes in which to do it, and we've lost 8 of the 30. So we have 22 minutes or so to make the point that you want to make. And we're looking forward to your submission.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Justice. The Land Party would like first to thank for you to granting us this opportunity. Whether the current conditions under the COVID-19 pandemic are conducive or not, the holding of free and fair local government elections during October 2021. As the party, we see no reason why the elections must be postponed. The constraint, if any, that there are measures in place to prevent and combat the spread of COVID-19 have imposed or will likely to be imposed on political activities and campaigning in the lead up to the local government elections earmarked to be held in October 2021. There are no constraints due to COVID-19. It is possible to work within the parameters. The constraints, if any, that the measures in place to prevent and combat the spread of COVID-19 are likely to impose on the proper and effective monitoring by political party agents and independent electoral monitoring bodies of the freeness and the fairness of the local government elections earmarked to be held in October in 2021. There are no constraints due to COVID-19 protocols. It is possible to work within the set parameters, whether your party participated in by-elections that took place during the period of COVID-19 pandemic, and in so what was the party experience. For instance, the Deputy Chief Justice, in December last year, there were by-elections where the party participated. In those by-elections, we managed to participate in those elections, and we consider those elections free and fair. Although as the party position, we view that there is no free and fair election that we can even be able to get in any kind of environment. One, we are saying that it's because we are talking about the issue of the current elections bill, which excludes some of the political parties. The party funding bill, which excludes some of the political parties. And also, if you look at the deposit that are made by political parties to the IEC so that the parties can participate in general elections, you will notice that it is not fair, because those who do not have resources will never participate fairly like other political parties. So we are on the view that using the pandemic as an excuse, it is not valid enough. Hence, we are aware that Deputy Chief Justice, if we let the current government continue in our municipalities, the people will continue to suffer. I mean, there are a lot of things that are not happening properly in our municipalities. I mean, the failure of service delivery. We can see the infrastructure is being destroyed by protest from communities. So we believe that the communities cannot wait longer for these elections. Some of the issues that we'd like to highlight the Deputy Chief Justice. The pandemic and the failure of the ruling party to protect the citizens of our country must not be used as an excuse for the postponement of local government elections. And the longer we keep the status quo, the more sufferings for our people. South Africans are dying because of poor conditions, unemployment, poverty, and lack of service delivery. People are desperate of change because of service delivery. More infrastructure is getting destroyed because of service delivery protests. Postponing elections does not guarantee us free and fair elections. Hence, we do not have free and fair elections in our country. So we understand that the inquiry is here to make sure that these elections are free and fair, but we are on the view that whatever directions, whether we proceed or not proceed, we are not going to get free and fair elections, because free and fair elections are not existing in our country. The environment in our country, in our electoral system, does not give free and fair elections. Hence, I was mentioning the issue of the party funding bill. We're still using the old Electoral Act, which we believe that the current Electoral Act is supposed to be changed long time ago, and we failed to change the current Electoral Act. So talking about the free and fair electoral elections by using COVID-19, we don't think that is sufficient enough as the Land Party. That is our submissions to you, the former Deputy Chief Justice.
Nkosi, thank you ever so much. A few questions. If the current lockdown level 4 were to move on to stay as is or move on to lockdown level 5, do you think there will be free and fair elections?
Look, as our submissions, former Chief Justice, we are very clear that we never have free and fair elections in our country. And whether we postpone elections or not, we are not guaranteed to have free and fair elections. Yes, to be fair enough, we cannot be so unreasonable and saying that during level 5, there must be elections. That will be unreasonable. Even under the conditions of level 4, we cannot say the elections must proceed. But we are saying, on the other hand, we must not overlook the issue of using politics, to peddle political opponents, because the governing party, we are on the view that is using the lockdown, abusing the lockdown, particularly the pandemic, to stifle other political organizations. So we do believe that the pandemic is being used as an excuse, to silence the political space and to impose and to force the postponement of elections. That is our view as the organization.
It's an interesting view. So you're saying that the lockdown measures and the suppression of, for instance, meetings is a tool by the ruling party to achieve postponement of elections. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to understand what are you saying. That's all.
If I hear you correctly, the former Deputy Chief Justice, you are saying you agree with me that I'm saying the ruling party is using the pandemic, to close the political space and to make sure that they want the postponement of elections. Hence, we are aware that they've been in engagement with other political formations to postpone, elections. So we are on the view that the pandemic is being used as an excuse, for other political motives within political faction, within the ruling party. We believe the parties that believe that the elections must be postponed, they form part of that faction of the ruling party. Because as a Land Party, you are not part and parcel of the factions of the ruling party, and will never be part of the factions of the ruling party. So we cannot allow South Africans to continue suffer under the current status quo. That is why we believe that the elections supposed to take place. But as we see, like, for instance, now we're talking about the level 4, and even further, there is a possibility of level 5. We believe that the pandemic is being used by the ruling party, particularly the current sitting president, to make sure that the elections are being postponed. So that is how we view it.
Well, thank you for this submission. I'm sure there's no confusion. I'm not saying I agree with you. I wanted to understand the submission, because my work, let's just clear the air. My work, Chief Leader Zongana, is in terms of a specific clause in the Electoral Act. And really to second guess, to test whether, to produce a report that says whether elections, if they were, would be free and fair, particularly in the light of the pandemic. There may be other grievances, and I hear them, and I hear the points quite well. Some are very important. But my assignment is to say, has the pandemic created a threat to our lives to an extent where it requires that we take protection by postponing the elections? Or should we proceed? And there's no conclusion that is preset. I don't work for any of the parties, nor would I decide in the light of any of the parties. I'm here at the bidding of the IEC to listen to our country, to listen to you, and to hear which way we ought to go as a country. So I hear the point, but be assured that I would certainly do my work. And I don't even know of those internal arrangements and rumblings within the ruling party. But be assured that you are here because I value your views, and I'd like to hear them, as I will hear. Now, you would have had the link to our website. If you go to our website, you'll see the views of the parties in our country, and many of them, both big and small, or new and old, have made submissions telling us what do they think. But they are divided. There's some who, like the Land Party, that says, we have to go and vote now for the reasons that you've put. And there are parties that say we're going to invite our people to death because there's going to be super spreader events around the elections, and thereafter many people are going to lose their lives. And I'm sure you have views about it. As we go to elections, do you think there's a risk that there might be people who might die, aside from what the political parties think? When as a leader in your own right, is there such a risk? And if there is, how should we manage it?
Yeah, Deputy Chief Justice, the right to life is very important to us. We would not like to see our people being killed because of the pandemic. Hence, we are saying, if you can see our submission, we submitted our submission before level 4. That is why now you will see that as the party, we have to be honest and face reality that we cannot have election during level 4 and level 5. That is a reality. So definitely, as the organization, we would like to see elections proceed on October. But we are saying, if the conditions are not changing or the conditions are becoming worse, definitely, as the party, we've got a responsibility to protect our people. We cannot say the elections must proceed. We will say the election must be postponed.
Yeah, thank you. Now, did you hear I don't know if you had time yesterday to hear the medical evidence or the evidence from medical scientists yesterday that I had. And I'm just debating the issue with you and putting it to you, respecting your position that we should go ahead. They say that they expect that by October, we may well be in the fourth cyclic, the fourth peak, and that the current peak of Delta may run and peter out, in other words, and lose its power maybe around August. But by the time we get to October, we may have reached the fourth wave. Of course, these are predictions, and I'm not saying that they're total fact. But those are the predictions that they are making, that there's going to be a fourth wave somewhere around the elections. In that event, what do you say I should be recommending?
Look, thank you, former Deputy Chief Justice. Look, I did not listen those scientists. Reason being, I didn't want my views to be influenced by some scientists who've got some political agenda or different views.
Okay.
But hence I'm saying, that if the conditions are not becoming better or becoming worse, definitely we support the position that elections must be postponed. So we can't say that the elections must take place, but the environment is not conducive, and the environment is danger for our people. So we can't allow that. We are a party that is very responsible. We take care of our people. So we are very straightforward on that matter. Hence, I'm saying you can see our submission, our position in the first PE, our first position was very clear, because that position was sent during level 1. Yeah. And we were saying that the elections must proceed. But the environment has changed. We have to be honest about that. So we have to listen science, although maybe we cannot listen other people, but science is very important. We believe in science. And before we take any position, we also have scientists within the organization that give us some advice and all that stuff. So hence I'm saying our scientists also advise us, if the conditions are becoming worse, we cannot proceed with elections on level 4 or level 5. So we were saying only on conditions that the pandemic is on level 1, we can proceed with elections.
And so let me just move to another area. I see we have 5 more minutes to discuss, you and me. Some of the scientists were talking about vaccination. City, if we were to vaccinate most of our citizens, the so-called community immunity or herd immunity, but others don't like that because we are not animals, then the risk of dying would be much, much lower. And what are you saying? If we were to get, are we likely to get vaccination at a high level enough? Remember the numbers that we put up were that we need almost like 67% of adults in order to get community immunity. And 2, if we get it, and we get it before October, should we go ahead? If we don't get it by October, should we consider another date? And if so, which date? And course.
Deputy Chief Justice, former Deputy Chief Justice, you know, when you talk about vaccines, our position is very clear as the LEM Party. We discourage South Africans to use the Western vaccines. Sure. We believe that people in South Africa must be given an opportunity to choose the vaccine they want. And we still believe that government is playing politics when it comes to the issue of vaccines. There are people who want to make money out of vaccines. That is why we believe the Sputnik V vaccine is being overlooked as the LEM Party. The LEM Party will only trust only one vaccine. That is Sputnik V vaccine. That is the only vaccine that we trust. We don't trust the Pfizer vaccine. We don't trust AstraZeneca. And what I like, we are the first party to raise these issues before there were a lot of complications that arise regarding to AstraZeneca, Pfizer, and many other vaccines, including the Johnson & Johnson. So we discourage our citizens to use the Western vaccines, but we do understand. That is why we believe, we want to state this matter to you in front of you, Deputy Chief Justice. That is why we still strongly believe that the issue of using the pandemic and using local, regulation and lockdown, it's a strategy to force South Africans to use Western vaccines. because the government realizes that they are not making enough money out of vaccines. So to us, it's being unfair. We believe that those who want to have vaccine, I want to be vaccinated, Chief Justice, but I want Sputnik V. But I'm being honest to you that I'm being denied to be vaccinated because of some certain political ideology of the ruling party. They do not want to use the Sputnik V vaccine. Hence, because they know some of them, they've got some shares in the in Aspen and JNB and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. So it's unfair. We do believe that the issue of vaccines is also being used as an scapegoat by some political organizations to force the people of South Africa to be vaccinated. And we believe that, remember when the president announced the issue of vaccine, he was very clear in the beginning that South Africans will have a choice to choose whether they want to be vaccinated or not. But if you see now the case, that is not longer the case. People are being forced to be vaccinated by using any other means. It's either people are being chased away at work, it's either elections are being used as an excuse, it's either people are using all sorts of excuses to make sure that the vaccines are being people are being injected by Western vaccines. So the Land Party, we want to state this thing categorically clear that we are against the Western vaccines. We want Sputnik V vaccines. That is why most of European countries, former Deputy Chief Justice, they are going to Russia to get Sputnik V vaccines because the same Western vaccines have failed to work in Europe. I'm talking about England, I'm talking about Germany, I'm talking about many other countries that are going to Russia looking for Sputnik V vaccine. So why South African government refused to give South Africans an option? Those, if you want Chief Justice to use J&B, our J&J vaccine, and you want to use Pfizer vaccine, it must be a choice. But I must be given a choice to use Sputnik V. That is our position as a Land Party. So we want to say the issue of saying people must be vaccinated and then the elections will be fair, we can have elections. That is not a sufficient excuse. Again, we still believe that is a political view to sponsor some certain political agenda so that those who want to sell the vaccine can move faster. So we don't buy on that ideology that the people must be injected first, then there must be elections. Free and fair elections won't be guaranteed by this inquiry. That is our input.
Yes. No, you are clear on that the objective conditions already militate against free and fair elections. I've heard that it's one of your major submissions. But at the same time, you say the elections must continue, which means that you accept that you might be able to participate even in imperfect elections, like you did in by-elections. So I get your position that you would do with what you have, but what you have is less than ideal. Actually, so I've no difficulties about that. I've listened quite carefully, and I've heard the agenda and conspiracy arrangements that you put forward that argue, and the ruling party will be here, and I'll ask them in direct terms. You're making very serious allegations that the whole nation is being manipulated and so on, and their submissions so far have been they want the elections to go ahead. There is a formal submission in my website, which others did. So I'm not certain about the submission that no, they don't want the elections to go ahead. They would probably, but you would know better than I would know because you live in the circles, which I don't. Yeah, but I invite you to make your concluding remarks. We've overshot a little bit, but this has been a very valuable session. So, so to speak, and make your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. Let me appreciate this opportunity, Deputy Chief Justice. Thank you for giving us this platform. We are very happy to participate as the Land Party, and we want to state to South Africans that we are not saying elections must proceed in dire situations, in dire conditions. We are not saying elections must proceed while the pandemic is worsening, but we are saying if everything is, the conditions are suitable and are conducive, we are saying the elections must continue. But if the conditions are not conducive, we are also flexible. We are saying the elections, the lives must be saved. That is our position. So we are not unrealistic. We are reasonable, and we are honest. But we want to say to all South Africans that as the Land Party, we are ready to contest elections. We are ready at any given time, whether the environment is conducive or not conducive. We are ready as the Land Party. Thank you very much, Chief Justice.
Thank you, cool, and thank you for your time. It has been a busy day for us too, but you have come out to make the submissions, which we welcome. We're alive to go back and do the difficult thing of reasoning out and thinking and seeing where this takes us to. You will read my report and don't throw stones at me, right? Except that it's an outcome of a very deliberative and open process. That would be the outcome that I would suggest, and we'll see how things develop from that point. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes.